Comrades, in this moment, it's time to raise your hand. And may we continue to put in the work and improve Jamaica land. From 1938, we are lead the way and that never change. And today, the strong foundation from way back when remains. We're moving forward, we not turn back. Building Jamaica, yes, block by block. The People's Party working non-stop. We put we country back on top. We're moving forward, we not turn back. Building Jamaica, yes, block by block. The People's Party working non-stop. We put we country back on top. Cause PNP strong. Yes, we're strong. PNP strong. PNP strong. Yes, we're strong. So come if we make Jamaica strong. Yes, we're strong. PNP strong. Cause PNP strong. Yes, we're strong. So come if we make Jamaica better. For the people, after all, we are the People's Party. From way back when in the days of Norman and Michael Manley. And then PJ take over and pass it to Sister P. And then she pass it to Peter P. No more gold in the box. PNP at top of the class.
Okay, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone, as usual, had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. Thank you so much to each and everyone for your continued support. So welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host, Anne-Marie and Byron, who is the main speaker. And the topic for tonight is SSL, a web of deception. Right, so let me just welcome those in the chat. And before I do that, remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Really appreciate each and everyone's continued support. Okay, so welcome. Truck Life is here. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in, Truck Life. Always a good vibe and energy over here each and every week. Thanks, Truck Life. Welcome. Straight up, welcome. Happy Friday, RJ. Happy Friday. Thank you for joining in. Juba Bruce, welcome. Happy Friday. Moya, welcome. Happy Friday. Miss Yvonne, good night to you both and each and everyone in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you so much, Miss Yvonne, and welcome. Debbie, welcome. Happy Friday. She said, blessed Friday evening, family. Welcome. Moya saying good night, host and chat. And Janet, welcome. Blessed Friday night. She says, welcome. Happy Friday. Blendon, welcome. Barrington, welcome. Say enough blessings, Baron and family. Thank you so much. Welcome, Freedom. Happy Friday. Right. Thank you so much for joining. So I am not going to delay. I am just going to hand over to Baron to start while I do some housekeeping. And welcome to everyone over on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining in as well. Happy Friday. Okay, I think I accidentally touched it. All right, so I am handing over to Baron to start.
All right, thank you for that, honey. Jamaica, first and foremost, I want to say once again, thanks to all our subscribers, and big thanks to all persons who are tuning in. Right, tonight, let me speak in clear terms that, of course, we are going to speak on the SSL issue and go places as it relates to where we have never gone before. And I want Jamaican people to listen to me keenly in terms of what I'm going to present tonight. What I'm going to present tonight, we are going to show clear evidence of a plot that was well organized, a plan that was well oiled and supported by agents of the government and, of course, cross-carry as it relates to SSL. What we are about to reveal tonight is more than telling. What we are going to reveal tonight is going to shock the nation. Put it into that term. It's going to be alarming. And so then I want to make sure, as it relates to this investigation, that we dotted all the I's, cross all the T's, and bring the truth to bear. Let me say this to all Jamaicans, that Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark, they have been trying their best in order to suppress the information of SSL to come out. They are trying their best, right, to control what needs to be revealed. And so then, this is not a propaganda platform. I am going to take you through the evidence in a chronological sequence, bear some history, and I'm going to reveal the plot at hand. And so then when we see, as it relates to the Integrity Commissioner, the Integrity Commission spoke on 6 members of Parliament and plus public officials. When I researched the entire SSL, I now understand why public officials were also mentioned. And you're going to hear revelation as it relates to the entire diversion of SSL and government agencies who aided cross-carry to commit one of the most serious acts against Jamaican citizens, against taxpayers, against investors. This heist will actually damage 6 to 7% of our GDP. Let me repeat that again. What happened as it relates to SSL will damage roughly about 6 to 7% of our GDP. And I want Jamaicans to listen to me tonight. I am going to go through 6 documentation. And I will be briefly summarize each document as I introduce them. And I'm going to put up the evidence as it relates to whether lawyers are listening to me, right? And people anticipating that, okay, I want him to make an error. We're not going to make any error tonight. We're going to reveal what needs to be revealed, the shocking information inside of SSL, and why, right? We know that there's no FBI investigating SSL. So before we start, we are going to play an interview that the Prime Minister recently done, and where concerned persons were asking him about SSL and his response to SSL, tonight, I want people to relax and I want people to follow me, right? You are going to be definitely surprised. So without any further ado, we are going to play that interview with the Prime Minister, right? And of course, then we will start in our investigation. I wanted us to have at least two visitors on the channel tonight, right? Including Dr. John Lennon, but the critical nature of this investigation, I asked Dr. John Lennon to just cancel for tonight because this is critical for the nation to be aware. And so, Dr. John Lennon, once again, I am apologizing for that. So we will have you on next week. Did you put the team in the chat?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay. So because of the seriousness of what we are going to speak about tonight, right? We asked Dr. John Lennon to cancel, right? And I really appreciate Dr. John Lennon understanding. Now, let us, Jamaica, I am going to play the clip in terms of the Prime Minister, right? Giving an update on the economy and where persons were questioning the Prime Minister as it relates to SSL. Debbie Jervis, this SSL debacle is one gigantic scam, money laundering, hiding money scam. Debbie, it's worse than that. What you have there, Debbie, it is worse than that. Stay tuned. And I want everyone to follow me. It is worse than what Debbie just spoke about. Now, let us hear the Prime Minister because I will want to get into this. All right, without any further ado, let us play that clip with the Prime Minister speaking.
Okay, again, happy Friday, guys. And I am going to be pinning the link to the bauxite petition in the chat shortly. And it's also embedded in the description.
Oh, that this has, the entire situation has eroded investor confidence. The markets have been performing poorly all year. And now we have this announcement by your finance minister that the government is going to be paying SSL's operational expenses to the tune of $15 million a month. So I have this question from Instagram. Why do taxpayers have to pay for SSL's criminal operations, quote unquote? How are we being held accountable and not those governing that corrupt entity?
Yeah, I do share the sentiment, and I can understand how people feel about the SSL matter. But I just wanted to be clear, SSL, in the grand scheme of Jamaica's non-bank financial sector, it would be relatively small, but its impact and the signal it sends is one that is disturbing on several levels. It hasn't really, in my estimation, shaken the financial system. Thank God, there are robust institutions and a strong regulatory framework, though it did show up some areas that need to be tightened up. But on a social level, it has raised this issue about whether or not private decisions that lead to business or financial failure, whether or not those private decisions should be, as they say, socialized into public debt. So when private businesses make profit, the public doesn't really benefit. I mean, the public may get taxes and so forth, but the private person holds the majority of the benefit. So the public is right in asking, why should the public then have to pay for, a fraud or poor management of an institution? I want to repeat my position, which I had made very clear that the government of Jamaica will not be in any way taking on any debt of any private institution that has failed. We are not going to bail out any private institution that has failed. We went through FinSAC, and we are determined not to repeat that in any way, shape, or form. But the public is also asking that this matter be thoroughly investigated, and the government made a commitment to thoroughly investigate the matter. It is one of those conundrums, because in order for the matter to be thoroughly investigated, even with the FID and with the appointment of a special investigator to deal with this matter, and with the regulatory authorities also supervising, the truth is that we need the staff of SSL to keep the computer systems up and running. We need the staff of SSL to maintain the records. It would be a far more expensive exercise if SSL were to close tomorrow and the staff goes home, and then the investigators on their own having to try and piece together the puzzle. So I think the Minister of Finance found himself in this quandary where, having known my very strong position that we are not bailing out any company, having now to see to it that the infrastructure to facilitate the investigation, which the public would want to see come to some conclusion, that we ended up having to pay for, but only a short time, the maintenance of the staff. None of this is going to the principals of SSL or indeed to anyone who had invested in SSL. This is primarily just to keep the operation there, which is necessary to facilitate the investigation. I just wanted to emphasize that. So my point is, I feel just like how everyone feels in the public, that the principals of SSL or people who invest there, the public is not going to pay for that. But what the public would want to see is that we are able to track and trace and recover the funds that have been defrauded and have it returned to the people who were defrauded of their funds, and that is the cost of actually getting that done.
Okay, stop it.
Is there a deadline on how long the government is going to continue paying these operational expenses?
I had a briefing last night from the Minister of Finance, and it's very difficult. I asked the same question. Very difficult to establish a time, as in a date, but I've been assured that the investigations are at an advanced stage. The FID reported progress to us last week, and so is that any support would be very short term, and interpret short term to be months, 2 or 3.
Okay, all right. So the last thing I really want to ask you about, PM, is crime. That was another one.
Okay. All right, let us take that away. Jamaica, let me tell you something. Based on what you have heard here, the Prime Minister was extremely disingenuous. So let me say that. Now, the Prime Minister asking, right, for us as it relates to taxpayers, right, to foot the bill to have SSL staff helped with the investigation. People, I want you to listen to what I am saying, what the Prime Minister is asking for. Let me say this to the Prime Minister, and this is one of the reasons why when we talk about when an entire system, right, being corrupted, no wonder why the Prime Minister, right, want Paula Llewellyn to have an extension. The Commissioner of Police is silent on the Prime Minister's statement. Asking are saying that SSL staff must aid with the investigation. Now, that is bullcrap. Let me say this to John Public. SSL is a crime scene and ought to be treated as a crime scene. Let me give you an example of what the Prime Minister is speaking about before I go through the evidence that I have tonight. Just imagine, Jamaican people, that you have a big house with 10 persons into that house. And in the morning, one person died. Just I want you to imagine something. 10 persons in a big house, living to a big house. And in the morning, one person died. And it's obvious that the lacerations come from a knife, inflicted by a knife. And so then obviously people can understand that that is a number 3 that took place there. The investigators will be treating everyone as a suspect. What the investigators are going to do, as what they're supposed to do in SSL, is utilize 2 methods: interview and interrogation, to eliminate witnesses. The Prime Minister cannot make a suggestion in saying that persons who work at SSL and could possibly be a subject in the entire saga of SSL, asking them to assist in the investigation by being a part of the investigation. The first thing investigators are to treat everyone as a suspect. And through the process of interview and interrogation, will eliminate a person from being a suspect. So what the Prime Minister is saying is technically asking SSL so-called staff member, here I said so-called staff member, to contaminate a crime scene. To contaminate a crime scene. So let us push out that. So the Prime Minister using all sort of diversions, all sort of, trickery to put the wool over our eyes. Tonight, I am going to take you and remove the scales from over your eyes. Remember, I told you that I have 6 documents to introduce to us all. And we will be going through the document beginning with history. So to understand history as it relates to SSL, you are going to find jaw-dropping revelation tonight. Kojo, Mambolo, everybody is a suspect. Thank you, Kojo. Thank you, Kojo. So the Prime Minister saying that to us, and then later the Prime Minister can say, oh, we had made an error in terms of asking the staff to assist. Unfortunately, that wasn't a prudent either. Prime Minister, let me tell you from now, but I resort to that, because tonight what I'm going to reveal, the people are going to clearly understand what transpired, and I'm going to reveal it. Now, to understand SSL, my Jamaican people, we have to go back in history to understand SSL. We are going to go back into history as it relates to the formulation of SSL and how SSL strive on pursuit to effect its objective. I am saying tonight, as it relates to you, Cross-Carry, the mastermind of SSL, I am saying tonight that you, Cross-Carry, was facilitated by agents of the government, to definitely defraud investors, defraud taxpayers. It's a vicious conspiracy that was done. And so then you will understand why the extreme effort in muzzling the Integrity Commission, but I am not the Integrity Commission, so I cannot be muzzled. And so then that's why I am going to bring the evidence for everyone to see that. So we are going to begin with document number 1. And before I show document number 1, I am going to tell you the purpose for document number 1. Document number 1 is to establish that while Paul Cheng-Young was under investigation relating to the misappropriation of investors' funds, Paul Cheng-Young, along with you, Cross-Carry, conspired to defraud investors by illegally using investors' monies to purchase several properties, and in extension in 2006 converted Paul Cheng-Young and associates into SSL Stock and Security Limited to disguise properties belonging to Paul Cheng-Young. Now, people, I know you hear that clearly. I am going to bring up the document that show you what I just spoke about for everyone to read. This document I'm going to show you is the least of what we will be revealing tonight. I have showed this document some time ago, but I did not do any in-depth investigation, but I have done my in-depth investigation and connected all the dots. So let us go back to that document. Without any further ado, we are going to read through this document.
Again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Which one?
Cross-Carry Assures Court of Cooperation. It is here.
Yeah. Hold on, let me just make sure. Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Okay. So, my people, I am going to read this document for us. And so then, this is where SSL sprung from, right? And this was Paul Cheng-Young and Associates. This is the person, right, who created what we now call SSL that done this damage. So let us read. The Supreme Court has lifted the injunction against you, Cross-Carry, in his, you know what, let me show you the date. This date is May 23rd, 2007. May 23rd, 2007, right? So this is what happened in 2007. The Supreme Court has lifted the injunction against Hugh Croskery in his capacity as trustee of Phoenix Noteholders Trust. The stockbroker has announced in a public statement, Justice Marjorie Goldsmith had initially placed an injunction on Croskery to May 10th and had given him 14 days to declare the locations of all the assets held by him on behalf of Phoenix, whether in his own name or nominees. Croskery says he has given his undertaking to the court not to dispose of any assets held by the trust without notice or consent. The assets were frozen in mid-April on the application of Jamaica Solicitor General Michael Hilton QC, who had traced ownership, people listen, who had traced ownership of the properties held by Phoenix to Paul Cheng Young, former head of the collapsed Eagle Group of companies. The Miami court has since lifted the freeze on Cheng Young, which means he's free to transact business with them in that jurisdiction that is in Miami. Croskery said of his role in the trust that he acted purely in a representative capacity as trustee for a small group of investors who put the funds to purchase houses. As trustee, he ensured that their investments were protected. The statement said, the court in Jamaica and Florida had barred Cheng Young and Croskery from disposing of the assets on the application of Eagle Merchant Bank and Crown Eagle Life, two of Cheng Young's former companies commandeered by the Jamaican government at the advent of the financial sector meltdown. Croskery has again asserted that the freezing order was not related to his security brokerage, Stocks, people hear it? Stocks and Security Limited, formerly Paul Cheng Young and Associates, of which he is a chairman. So this is 2007. While they were under investigation, Paul Cheng Young swung off that company to Croskery for the purpose of hiding investors' money via properties that they purchase. So I want you to understand this document. Hilton presented evidence, and you're going to see that Paul Cheng Young, that Croskery, right, changed the name in 2006 as it relates to SSL. Paul Cheng Young and Associate changed in 2006 as SSL. Hilton presented evidence to the Kingston and Miami courts showing that Cheng Young, despite a court order on May 4th, 2006, to declare his assets and not to deal with or dispose of any properties without approval, had transferred, people listen, had transferred 19 properties to Croskery on May 12th, just days after the judgment against him to pay over 900 million plus interest. So the court found him guilty. 3 other properties were transferred to Croskery on May 24, people listen, and June 15 of that same year. The former Eagle boss also held 170 Florida properties in a company of which he was president, director, and treasurer. Contempt of the court hearing against Cheng Young are set for July 5th, at which time the Solicitor General is expected to argue for this imprisonment. Okay, take away that. All right, so people, we understand the history that Paul Cheng Young was found guilty and ordered to pay over $900 million to investors. We understand, as it relates to the previous document presented, that Croskery, Hugh Croskery, aided Paul Cheng Young in hiding some of that assets. That is documentary evidence revealed as it relates to investigators and as it relates to the document that we have just read. People, I want you to follow me on the investigation. Now, the year 2006, where SSL was transformed from Paul Cheng Young and Associates, was done in 2006. If all of you have pencil, pen, or any pen, I want you to write down the year 2006. It is important why I am telling you to write down the year 2006, because the next document that I am going to present is going to reveal to you the first trickery and the first conspiracy, the entire mastermind of cross-carry. So the next document that I'm going to present to you, right, is where you're going to realize, and any investigators, let me speak, want to follow this trail. I want you to follow this trail tonight. The next document that I am presenting is going to now show you who cross-carry is, and show you that cross-carry was fully aware of everything that's happening with SSL, and that Gene Panton was merely a person who was actually carrying out the objective of the cross-carries family. Gene Panton had committed whatever offense committed, instructed, let me say this, instructed by cross-carry, the mastermind of SSL. Without any further ado, I'm going to show the entire Jamaica, the entire world, the fabrication and the lie cross-carry used on his website to lure in investors and trick investors like Usain Bolt. This was the reason why investors buy in to SSL. People, without any further ado, let me introduce the second document. Let us go into the mind of a mastermind that deals with the heaviest heist in Jamaica. Without any further ado, introduce document number 2.
Okay, again, welcome. Which one of them you want?
Stuck on security.
This one.
Mm-hmm. So people, are they seeing it?
Yep.
I want you to look. All right. I want you to look on this document that I'm showing. Right? A portion of it is from the website as it relates to Stocks and Security Limited. Now, what it reads, people, it said incorporated in 1973, Stocks and Security Limited, SSL, and our business operations commenced in 1977. This is the first lie. SSL was not commenced in 1977. Primarily as a brokerage focusing on Jamaican dollar stock trades. We built our client base over time as a member dealer of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. In 1996, we added a security dealer license to our portfolio to permit us to deal securities in Jamaica. We are solely focused on money management and creating financial security and independence of Jamaicans and their families. We understand their income, expenditure, their risk, and financial goals in life. we endeavor to find the best financial investment for our customers. Take it away, my people. Jamaica, you have seen the first lie that Croskery shaped. The first selling point that was given to Gene and Panton to lure in investors. SSL was not founded in 1977. That was a fabricated lie. Croskery shaped that lie to give history to SSL, that they are the second oldest brokerage company in Jamaica, and they are to be trusted. That lie that you have seen, that I've shown you, was aided and abetted as it relates to JSC, Jamaica Stock Exchange, and FSC, Financial Service Commission. We have the evidence. We are going to show it. That you, Croskery, alone could not have carried out and execute that lie, but aided with agents of the government, vicious in this conspiracy. So then we have showed that, right? And we are going to show you that SSL was indeed created in 2006. But Croskery shaped that lie. That lie was one of the lies that Gene and Panton was selling to investors to win their credibility, to win their trust. And so then when Gene and Panton was saying to the investigators that the investors trusted her, she had gained their confidence, because such confidence was articulated, fabricated by Croskery. Now, since we showed document number 2, it is going to get very interesting up in here. So let me just mark off that. Now we prove to Jamaica that SSL was not founded in 1977. And we're going to have supported document that show you the time when SSL was formed. Now, so Mr. U. Croskery, anywhere you're sitting down, right? Mystic Sensation is lifting up the stones. Now let us go to, since Croskery had spoken that he was on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I want to take the people as it relates to the requirement to be on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Mr. Government agency and people who are listening to me, we know the questions how to ask and we know what to search for. And so then if Croskery sold his lie to the investors and said that, of course, he's listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, from that time, of course, Mystic Sensation is going to search for the requirement for the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So people, let us go into the requirement of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Now, without any further ado, go to document number 3. So before I introduce that to you, I'm going to introduce what document number 3 is going to say. Right? It raised the question of how did SSL become a member of the Jamaica Stock Exchange? Very important. How did he become a member? Yes, Mr. Crosscarry, we are coming. Right? And so then we have 2 questions here. 2 concerns here before I present that document. Number 1 concern, SSL did not meet the requirement to be listed on the JSE. Number 2, SSL breached all the required JSE rules and standards, and yet was placed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Not in 1977, people. They were placed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange 2018 under the Jamaica Labour Party government. 2018. A company. But you know what? I am not rushing the investigation. Let us just go through. I don't want to speak out certain things. Now let us find the requirement to be listed on JSE, right? Without any further ado, let us dig that document. You have done? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
JSE.
Hold on one sec. Happy Friday again, guys. Thank you to everyone who are here and who just recently joined. This one or the other one?
It's providing a fair, efficient, and transparent.
This one. Let's see what I was pointing at.
All right. Are they seeing it?
Let me just double check what should be shared. Yep, there you go.
Okay. So I want you to read with me, right, as it relates to this document.
Yeah.
The mouse. Right? Okay. Please be advised that the Jamaica Stock Exchange, hold on, this is not it. JSE providing a fair, efficient transparency.
Yes, that is it.
Okay, all right.
Scroll down.
Please be advised that the Jamaica Stock Exchange terminated its members' dealers agreement with Stocks and Security Limited, SSL, effective immediately. Consequently, SSL will no longer be allowed to trade on the exchange. All account holders in SSL will be further advised concerning their accounts. The JSE remains committed to providing a fair, efficient, and transparent stock market. Okay.
What's the other one?
So hold on a minute, people, because I want to go in the sequence.
Let me just go back to the list. 1 second, guys.
Right? Want to maintain that sequence for you guys. We missed it. Okay, we need to find that document. And because I don't want you to miss anything at all. Sorry for that hiccup there, but we are going to get it. Just bear with us. Bear with us, bear with us.
I'm transparent.
Yeah. Switch that. Yeah.
Takes you right back to that.
Okay. All right. Go to the next document. SSL to acquire this. Okay.
Which one?
SSL to acquire C2W.
Okay.
This is it. All right. So we have the document coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. So my people, let me explain this document. Hold on. Before you show it, I want to explain this document. Right? Remember the first document I showed you where cross query crafted that lie as it relates to SSL existed in 1977. And the question I'm asking, how did cross query, right, breaking all the rules, right, being identified to have been misappropriating investors' fund from 2012, break all the rules. How did they go on the stock market, the Jamaica Stock Exchange? So let me show you the trickery, what they had used to get on to the Jamaica Stock Exchange. People need to see this. People need to see this. So here it is, people. Mark Croskery, Executive Director of Stocks and Securities. Security Dealer Stocks and Security Limited will execute a reverse takeover of loss-making music publisher C2W Music through SSL Venture Capital Jamaica Limited. I want you to listen, people. A nascent subsidiary used as a vehicle for investment. SSL Venture is essentially acquiring C2W Music as a shell. This is how they get onto the Jamaica Stock Exchange. SSL Venture is essentially acquiring C2W Music as a shell from which to operate. The music publisher will be renamed SSL Venture Capital Limited once the transaction is finalized. But the change is subject to shareholder approval. The renamed firm will trade on the stock exchange as SSL Ventures. Now, another extraordinary meeting for that vote is scheduled tentatively for July. A reverse takeover involves a private company acquiring the controlling shares in a public traded one. The public traded one is C2W that was listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange in a move aimed at taking over the public company and recapitalizing it. But it also allows the private company to fast track its listing. The rescue program for C2W, which has been approved by regulators, was itself outlined and approved at the board level of the companies prior to the extraordinary meeting on Wednesday. The top two shareholders and principals of the company, Ivan Berry and Derek Wilkie, did not participate in the meeting. We are basically, this is what they are saying now, people. We are basically buying C2W Music and then injecting capital and changing the business operation. You hear that, people? said SSL Venture CEO Drew Gray at the meeting held at the Jamaica Stock Exchange in Kingston. SSL Venture Capital is already capitalized with $850,000 but will go back to the market to raise additional funds in order to finance future deals, C2W. Meanwhile, last reported negative equity of $236,000. Gray indicated that SSL Venture should post earnings per share at $0.05 in its first year. Comparatively, C2W Music had negative earnings per share, having posted a full year net loss of $323,000. The current board and management team has already decided to step down as part of the rescue mission. Also will amend the company articles of association to allow it to operate as a venture capital firm and not solely as a music rights recording, said Gray. Stock and Security Limited already holds a quarter of the shares in C2W Music, or some 105 million of 400 million units. The rescue plan includes acquiring 80% of the total outstanding C2W shares while leaving the remaining 20% in the hands of the general public. The additional shares will be acquired from CEO Ivan Berry, who holds 180 million units, and Chairman Derek Wilkie, who owns 80 million shares. It is likely that SSL will acquire a portion of those holdings since acquiring the full lot from Berry, and Wilkie would push SSL holding to 91%, make SSL the full owner. Gray said SSL would pay 1 cent per share to acquire the holdings of Berry and Wilkie. The stock currently trades at 59 cents, but the SSL team convinced the C2W directors that the fair value was 1 cent, based on either a discounted cash flow or book value method of valuation, said Gray. The price effectively cut C2W market value to $4 million. The music publisher listed as startup in May 2012. People, listen now. The music publisher listed as startup in May 2012 at $1.29 per share after a successful IPO arranged by Stocks and Securities. The company, whose business model was largely untested in Jamaica, has struggled since its debut to earn revenue. That's why the company automatically have to sell out to SSL. 5 years later, C2W audited financials for year ending December 2017 showed that the company capital had eroded to negative equity of $236,000. Following the write-down of songwriters' advances to nil versus $270,000 a year earlier. That write-down eliminated the last substantial asset on C2 books, while its deficit have now accumulated to $1.52 million. This will allow shareholders to recoup some losses if you were holding shares at the initial public offer price, Gray said of the rescue plan. The transaction to acquire a controlling stake in a listed company under normal circumstances, people listen to this. The transaction to acquire a controlling stake in a listed company under normal circumstances would have required a mandatory takeover offer for the remaining shares in the hands of the public. However, SSL, receive a waiver. People, you hear that? SSL, however, received a waiver on the mandatory offer from the Jamaica Stock Exchange and Financial Service Commission. People, this is serious. This is serious. This is the height of corruption. Let me read it over. The transaction to acquire a controlling stake in a listed company under normal circumstances would have required a mandatory takeover offer for the remaining shares in the hands of the public. SSL, however, received a waiver on the mandatory offer from the Jamaica Stock Exchange and Financial Service Commission based on factors that included underperformance of the company and its accumulated deficits as it relates to C2W. Now, this is the period of time, people, let me explain to you. When SSL was misappropriating people's money, taking away people's money, and so then the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and particularly the Financial Service Commission, had flagged them in 2012. Flagged them in 2012. And now in 2018, the Jamaica Stock Exchange and Financial Service Commission, based on factors that including other performance of the company and its accumulated deficits, have given SSL a waiver in spite of SSL robbing investors' money. Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Financial Service Commission give SSL a waiver to be on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. This is the heights of corruption. It is the first ever rescue plan of a listed company. Everything else that might have been similar was a takeover. But this is the first time the JSE, people read, let me read it back over. But this is the first time the JSE and FSC have approved a rescue plan. Alana Jones, Chief Operating Officer at SSL Venture, said after Wednesday meeting, SSL Venture Capital Jamaica, which is wholly owned by Stocks and Securities, makes investment in startup companies with a strong growth potential. All of that is lie. Jones told the Financial Gleaner that the company made its initial investment in a startup last July, but declined to reveal the details. There are 2 additional investments in the final stages of the completion, she said. Now, let us take away that. Now, people, let me explain this. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? FSC, the Financial Service Commission, knew from 2012, I have the document, I'm going to go over it, knew from 2012 that SSL was misappropriating investors' funds and was actually operating a Ponzi scheme. And FSC and JSE make a waiver for SSL to go on the Jamaica Stock Exchange 2018, while SSL on its website was telling investors that they were on the Jamaica Stock Exchange from 1977, still in the talking point, still in the lie, still in the talking point, still in the lie. Now remember that SSL, right, came about in 2006. Andrew Holness became a part of SSL in 2008. 2008. Okay. Let us go to that name listed on the main market of JSB. That name listing on the main market of JSB. So then, okay, we're going to have to put it up. All right, we're going to put up a document. Now, I am going to show you, right, the art of the corruption on the next document. Right? Yeah. So, people, okay. Let me talk to Jamaica, because Kerry think that he's smart and he can twist and turn and hide and shuffle, and we are going to straighten him out tonight. And so then, people, we know now that the JSE, Jamaica Stock Exchange, and the FSC, right, had done their waiver. Kojo Mambo, how can they do this knowing that there would be a paper trail? Stupid and stupid. Maybe they didn't know that I am here. I am here. Now, in spite of all what they knew about SSL, that SSL was a Ponzi scheme. I am calling it a Ponzi scheme because it was. SSL was a big fraud, and they all know that it was fraud. But they covered it because of persons who involved with SSL, both government and members of the PSOJ. So SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime of the century that we are revealing here tonight. Breathtaking. I am going to show you the requirement that you have to have before you're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Also, I am going to show you the ongoing requirement that needed for any company to have. Without any further ado, we all are going to read it cross-carry. We know you are the mastermind, and we are going to reveal it tonight. And government officials who help you for you to commit one of the biggest acts in Jamaica. Now, let us go to the document as it relates to what the requirement is. And let us show people.
This one?
Yeah. So, people, here's a document. Let me show you.
I wanted me to increase the funds so at least they could see it a little better. Let me see if it will allow me to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there.
Okay. So, people.
Are you guys seeing it a bit better there?
It's there. Listing on the main market. Come on, let us read on this. Any company or approved entity that is incorporated or registered and operating in Jamaica, Caribbean Community, and Common Market CARICOM, or any other recognized jurisdictions are listed on a recognized stock exchange may apply to list securities on the exchange. The requirement for listing on the main market are requirement: no limit on total capital that can be raised, no maximum limit on total issued shared and loan capital, minimum 200,000 is required. Total issued nominal value of ordinary share stock should be 250,000 or more to list such security. Minimum public free float of 20% to at least 100 shareholders. If the desire is to list irredeemable preference shares or preference shares convertible into ordinary shares / stocks, the total issued nominal value should be 500,000. For redeemable preference shares and debenture stock, the total issued nominal value should be 100,000. For all classes of security, the articles of association or incorporation or other corresponding document must be conformed to the exchange requirement. Now, let us look at the ongoing requirement, people. This is extremely important. The ongoing requirement: submit quarterly final statement at intervals not exceeding 3 months and within 45 days of end of the period to which the statement relate. This first ongoing requirements, SSL broke it. SSL breached this, submitted audited financial statement within 90 days of the company's financial year and are in keeping with the fourth quarter option. SSL breached this, and they breached it for years. Submit annual report within 120 days of the company's financial year end. SSL breached this and breached this for years. Provide notification of any corporate actions, profit issues, expansion programs, and any other material changes, including any other information necessary to enable share or stockholders to appraise the position of the company to avoid the establishment of a false market in the company's security. SSL established that. SSL established that under the FSC investigation. So the FSC have known about this. Take away this document. So Jamaican people, now you understand the requirement to be on the Jamaica Stock Exchange and the ongoing requirement. Now we are going to go to the next document to show you that FSC was cognizant of all the breaches, but protect SSL. The FSC and the JSE, Jamaica Stock Exchange, knew very well that SSL was in breach of all the requirements, but yet SSL was able to venture on the Jamaica Stock Exchange and maintain its presence on the Jamaica Stock Exchange up until 2020. In spite of what they knew, they allowed SSL to openly rob the investors. Openly rob the investors. So when you see the effort of Andrew Holness, the effort of Nigel Clark suppressing this, this must be suppressed, must be hidden. Too much is at stake. But the next document is going to show you the level of corruption. Now, let us move to document number 5. The next document, before I show it to you, I am going to explain to you that the next document that I'm going to show Jamaica is to tell you the level of awareness that FSC had as it relates to knowledge that SSL was a Ponzi scheme. SSL was not a legitimate company. SSL should not have been on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. But look at this as it relates to the atrocity. Now, Kodamod Mambolo, this is definitely a conspiracy. Who had the last word in keeping SSL in business? There you go. There you go. So this is not about deserted politics. It's to identify the truth here and know that the government, members of the government, facilitated SSL in committing the highest atrocity against the Jamaican people. Now let the next document prove it to our Jamaican folks. Without any further ado, honey, let us play the next document. Well, hold on. This one.
Okay.
Okay. So here's the next document. People now want to see the date. January 17. Okay, we are increasing the fund. We want you to see that. Okay, good. Now that the fund increased, SSL branded problem institution by FSC 5 years ago. Right? 5 years ago, flag for culture of non-compliance and mismanagement. People, let us read back the theme of this report. SSL branded a problem institution by FSC. Now, Stocks and Security Limited SSL was flagged in 2017 by staff of the Financial Service Commission for a culture of non-compliance. Remember what the word says, you know, culture, a culture. Because indeed, they had flagged them also in 2012. So what you have here at 2017 was still misleading because the FSC also flagged them in 2012. So let us read. Let us go. Stocks and Security Limited in bracket SSL was flagged in 2017 by staff of the Financial Service Commission for a culture of non-compliance and mismanagement of client funds, a systematic concern that may alarm investors as the company now grapples with billion-dollar fraud. The opinion is contained in an explosive 8-page report prepared by the FSC in February 2017 ahead of a meeting with SSL representatives who were trying to convince the regulators not to suspend its license under false pretense. A suspension of the company's dealer license, even for a day, would inevitably lead to a total destruction of the company and destabilization of the financial sector. SSL reportedly noted in the document obtained by the Gleaner. It added that SSL has been a problem institution, especially concerning its financial position. The FSC noted that for the 5 years and 6 months leading up to 2017. So here is where I get the 2012. Let me go back so that you understand that this is saying 2012. The FSC noted that for the 5 years and 6 months leading up to February 2017, goes to show you that they flagged from 2012. The company had been operating under its direction and has remained a public institution for failing to file its annual report for the period up to 2016, failing to file audited accounts within 90 days of the close of a financial year, and granting credit to related parties in violation of orders issued in 2013. Oh, the revelations are sure to raise serious questions about the FSC's oversight because they are a part of it as it relates to the FSC director. We are going to talk about him and efforts it took to both inform and protect the public, including sports legend Usain Bolt, from the questionable actions of the 50-year-old company. They tell you the total lie again. There are also questions on whether SSL had satisfied 7 conditions imposed by the FSC for the company to avert suspension in 2017. Bolt 36 is amongst more than 20 clients who are facing the loss of millions of dollars in local and United States currencies, arising from the alleged fraud that the Financial Investigation Division, FID, said has stretched back at least a decade, during which questionable actions were taken against affected accounts. Bolt, who retired in 2017, has been doing business with SSL for 10 years. As one of the clients with the biggest portfolios, Bolt may not have known that in November 2016, the FSC had served a notice of intention on SSL that its license would be suspended for a litany of failures. The FSC regulates non-deposit taking institutions such as insurance companies, pension funds, and brokerage firms, along with its brokerage mandate. SSL says it provides investment advisory services and private wealth management and financial planning services with an emphasis on US dollars exposure. According to the FSC document, the regulators could not confirm whether many of those activities were being carried out properly and in accordance with the law. Part of the FSC opinion was built on an on-site examination of SSL between June 6 and September 14, 2016, which revealed several violations. Among the allegations were unsafe and unsound practices, offering unregistered securities, and incomplete requests for proposal highlighted by 7 of 30 client agreement forms inspected, which did not indicate risk appetite of the client. Regarding a report on global assets under SSL management, the FSC examiners found there were overstatement of funds reported to the FSC. What do you hear that, people? The FSC examiners found there were an overstatement of funds reported to the FSC, inconsistencies in amounts reported for some assets, instances where assets reported on broker statements were not found on internal SSL records. FSC staff were also unable to confirm the value of funds in client bank account of April 30, 2016 due to inconsistencies. Hold on there. Let me read about this, people. Because here is Andrew Holness. Here is Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark want SSL staff to help with investigation, angling the IT system. Hear this, people. FSC staff were also unable to confirm the value of funds in the client bank account as at April 30, 2016. And yet, the Prime Minister is asking staff from SSL to help with investigation. And as I mentioned before, you have to treat all of them as suspect. This is where I am saying now that the Prime Minister is asking these people to contaminate the crime scene. Inconsistencies between SSL internal records and reconciliation document provided by the banks. Not all firms with the client opening SSL accounts indicated source of funds. Go back again. The Prime Minister is asking these people to assist with investigation to compromise the scene. Let me read that over again. Not all firms with clients opening SSL accounts indicated source of funds. Regulators also said they observed that SSL was engaged in a loan business contrary to the law. Oh my God. People, SSL is a non-banking institution. What me say? Non-banking institution. That means they are not licensed to offer loan. Let me back up, people. Right here, so I stop at the full stop. Let me read it over because I'm going to remind you of something, people. Not all firms with clients opening SSL accounts indicated source of funds. Regulators also said they observed that SSL was engaged in a loan business contrary to the law. Andrew Holness, lawyer Patrick Bailey, in 2011, stated that Andrew Holness got loans from SSL to purchase the land in Beverly Hills. Let me repeat that loud and clear. We have the proof. Not all firms with clients opening SSL accounts indicated source of funds. Regulators also said they observed that SSL was engaged in a loan business contrary to the law. Let me remind the people, that Patrick Bailey, who was Andrew Holness' lawyer, stated that Andrew Holness had gotten a loan from Stocks and Security Limited to purchase the land at Beverly Hills. So then the Prime Minister would have known that SSL, right, is a non-banking institution. The Prime Minister would have known that SSL has no business in offering loans. The Prime Minister would have known this. He would have. But yet, as according to Patrick Bailey, he received loans. According to Patrick Bailey. People see where I'm going. Let us move on. There was no segregation of global bonds being held for brokerage. Clients and SSL internal records did not show that the securities were being held in segregation. Go back, let me ask you, Andrew Holness, do you still want taxpayers' monies to be paid to staff at SSL to contaminate the crime scene when you don't know which one of the staff involved in the corruption? But I guess you know what you know. You know what you know, sir. Statement SSL sent to clients were deficient as they did not clearly indicate which securities were being held in safekeeping. Noted the document, which added that several concerns across as it pertains to the internal control environment, which may be due to inadequate oversight or due regard to required internal procedures and controls. Because you cross-carry, never care about oversight. He knows what the company was about. The company was about defrauding people. And so then, need less that we talk about internal audits, because that would be useless to you cross-carry motive. So then he knew what he knew then, because he is the mastermind. Securities refers to tradable financial instrument used to raise capital in public and private markets. After long-awaited audited statements for the financial year ended in June 30, 2016, were presented in January 2017, auditors KPMG said it did not get enough information to assess the $135 million SSL declared as fees it earned from managing client portfolios, and that the deficits of $1.5 billion and other issues indicate material uncertainty. Again, Prime Minister, you are asking taxpayer to allow SSL staff to intervene in the investigation by assist investigators. They need to be processed as suspect. They need to be interviewed and interrogated, Prime Minister. Get that in your head. May cause significant doubt about the company's ability to continue as growing concerns. Following the February 17, 2017 meeting between the SSL representative and the FSC, the regulator wrote to SSL 11 days later outlining the 7 conditions to be satisfied to avoid a suspension. 3 things were due by March 17, 2017. People, I want you to listen to this. And listen to the corruption. Evidence on completeness, existence, and accuracy of the net margins from foreign currency trades by Dell Financial Services amounting to $12.5 million as indicated in SSL auditing financial statement. Evidence of the management fees earned by SSL for the year ended June 30, 2016, and evidence of the repayment of a $7.5 million loan provided to a related party. People who hear this, let me read it over again. evidence of the management fees earned by SSL for the year ending June 30, 2016, and evidence of the repayment of a 7.5 loan provided to a related party. SSL is not licensed, my people, to give loans. But here we have $7.5 million in loans that provided. And yet the FSC know all of that and allow them to continue the destruction. FSC know all of this. SSL was given until May 30, 2017 to provide the FSC with the evidence that it is rectified a shortfall between assets that accounted for an SSL balance sheet and its liabilities. SSL was also ordered to immediately cease accepting new client funds or additional funds from existing clients unless it had sufficient assets to cover the corresponding liabilities. File all financial report within applicable time frame and immediately refrain from granting loans to related parties. People hear that? Immediately refrain from granting loans to related party. So FSC know all of this. The JSE know all of this. But let us continue. Corruption in the highest place. The letter which was signed by Lawrence Crossley, the Senior Director of Securities at FSC, said SSL signing on the terms would supersede direction issued October 22nd, 2013. After SSL sold its repo business to JN Funds Managers, JNFM, that July. If SSL fails to provide an undertaking to carry out the agreed corrective actions and comply with its terms by Friday, August 25th, 2017, the FSC will take necessary steps to suspend. People, I want you to follow this and hear this. Because even although the FSC said this, the FSC did not do it. The FSC did not do this. So let me read it over again. If SSL fails to provide an undertaking to carry out the agreed corrective actions and comply with its terms by Friday, August 25th, 2017, the FSC will take necessary steps to suspend SSL security dealer's license, Crossley said. What happened next is not clear, as the FSC typically does not publish its direction issued to companies. It was forced to do so on January 12, 2023. So people, FSC did not take any corrective measures in 2017, but forced to do so in 2023. FSC blatantly knew of SSL corruption and allowed them. It was forced to do so on January 12, 2023. However, after the massive fraud was reported, FSC waited, give SSL as much time to commit the highest fraud in Jamaica, devastatingly to investors. This is vicious. An FSC official said questions submitted late Monday on what happened after the February 2017 directions were not likely to be answered by the press time. SSL Chairman Jeffrey Cobham has directed queries to the FSC, citing the regulator's enhanced oversight now in effect. A web advisor who was fired last week is yet to be questioned in the matter being investigated by the police fraud squad. So they are talking about Gene and Pantan, the Financial Investigation Division, and the FSC. But an investigator said the complexity of the scheme included the bypassing of controls through forgery, manipulation of SSL's IT system and email addresses, and interception of disbursements for accounts in commercial banks. And let me put in one line, what I'm putting in it. The fraud was also allowed to be committed by the tolerance of FSC who tolerate SSL to commit atrocities against taxpayers, lying about them being on the Jamaica Stock Exchange for years to pull in their clients and rip them off. The FSC announced on Monday that it has appointed a special auditor of Stocks and Security Limited. SSL was renamed from Paul Cheng Young and Company in 2006. Here's the evidence paper. So when SSL talk about 1977, here it is. SSL was renamed from Paul Cheng Young and Company in 2006. Take that away.
Sonia is asking the date, so I'm just bringing it up for the date. Sonia, it's January 17, 2023.
Okay. So then, people, when we talk about corruption at the highest level, corruption, do you think that Andrew Wallace and Nigel Clark want this to be resolved? SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime. Do you think that Andrew Wallace would really allow the FBI to investigate this? It will never ever happen. Andrew Wallace is trying his endeavor best for SSL situation not to venture into the judiciary. Nigel Clark and Andrew Wallace are trying their best not to have SSL venture into the judiciary. So what Nigel Clark and Andrew Wallace want to do, use taxpayers' money to take time to give back, it's not going to work. SSL must be investigated to the bottom of it. Now, hold on, people. We don't finish yet. Now, we share a document here. FSC report on SSL. Let's go on the next document.
Again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you for still being here. Which one? This one?
Yes.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, people, before I speak on this document, let me talk to them.
It's on here.
Before I speak about this document, this is Nigel Clark here. And where he's telling blatant lie that he was not aware of certain issues. But let us go through the document, because we know later that he came out and spoke the truth afterwards. So this is Nigel Clark trying to cover up his actions or his tolerance level to SSL. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark has now acknowledged that his office received a report from the Financial Service Commission, because previously he lied about it, said his office did not receive it. So then let us go back. Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clark has now acknowledged that his office received a report from the Financial Service Commission on the fraud its Tax and Security Limited SSL in April 2020. My man. But he said it was never brought to his attention. Mr. Spin Doctor. The report covered an examination of the private investment firm in June 2019, 2 years after the FSC threatened to suspend SSL license, and they didn't, after branding the company a problem institution that operated a culture of non-compliance and mismanagement of client funds. Those conclusions were never made public until a Gleaner exposed on January 17. They were trying to cover it to the best of their ability, as what Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark is trying to do now. SSL is reading from an alleged 3 billion fraud. Well, the fraud is more than 3 billion. Fraud uncovered this month. There are mounting questions about what Jamaican government authorities knew before the alleged theft and what actions were taken. Let me read back that over, people. There are mounting questions about what Jamaican government authorities knew before the alleged theft and what actions were taken. During a policy address last Monday, Clark insisted that as Minister of Finance and the Public Service, neither the FSC Board of Commission nor the FSC Executive Director nor any person from the FSC has ever raised stocks and security with me in any way. That was a blatant lie. The FSC regulates investment houses. Clark also said Adley Shaw, his predecessor, indicated that he was not aware of any reports on SSL. I wish to make it clear, however, that the reference report was never, ever brought to my attention. Period. And I did not know of its existence. He wrote in an opinion piece published in yesterday's Gleaner. On Thursday, the Sunday Gleaner submitted questions on the FSC 2020 letter to Financial Secretary Darlene Morrison, as well as the FSC. Morrison has not acknowledged those questions. The FSC said it, noted the query. The questions were based on the letter dated April 3, 2020 that the Sunday Gleaner obtained. It was written by the outgoing FSC Executive Director Everton McFarlane and addressed to Minister Clark. It advised Clark of the submission of on-site examination reports up to March 20. So, of course, McFarlane wrote to him, and he knew. SSL was one of the 6 entities referenced in the letter. McFarlane told Clark that he should not hesitate to reach out if you require further information or clarification. The document was sent by email and in hard copy. So he cannot say that he did not get it. But he lied because it was sent by email and hard copy. In his article, Clark said hours after his address last Monday, an official in FSC management told him that the commission sent a copy of a report to his office. Under the FSC laws, the agency is required to examine the affairs of entities that it regulates at least once per year. And after that, submit a report to the minister within 90 days. Right? Which the gentleman did. Clark said on Tuesday he asked his office to search for the document. That effort yielded nothing, and he then dug in. I personally returned to the cabinets myself, searched approximately 5 years worth of records, and eventually found one report regarding SSL, dated June 25, 2019, which was packaged among other reports, sent by the FSC on April 3, 2020, and stamp received by my office on April 15, 2020. Paper. We cannot believe a word that escaped Nigel Clark's mouth. Nigel Clark is a liar. This was not a report prepared for me specifically. Rather, it was a copy of an existing FSC report that the FSC used to do its job, he said. According to the minister, the report did not contain a history of the FSC regulator actions against SSL, although it included breaches worthy of the recommendation that the FSC meet with the board of SSL to address liquidity issues at SSL. The report also included a recommendation that SSL be issued immediately with regulatory directions in order to have issues resolved in a timely manner. Clark further argued that FSC law does not contemplate the minister involvement in supervisory decision. But you are the Minister of Finance and activities, and that his role is mainly on policy issues or engaging in coordinating supervisory response involving the central bank and the ministry in its policy role. My office staff members also take reasonable and rational approach to bringing matters to me that involve a consideration as to whether any matter has been specifically flagged for ministerial action or intervention. Take that away. Take it away. Okay.
Okay.
So then let us summarize this. Right? Let us summarize this and put it in a nutshell for us. Albert Clark, he just gaslighting Jamaican people. How can you be investigating a company and talk crap that you need the same staff to help in the probe? It's crazy. Crazy, Clark. The computer should be, of course, these computers should be seized. Right? The very same persons you are investigating. And you promise that more arrests will become. More arrests will be done. And you are asking these people to contaminate the crime scene. Contaminate the crime scene. This is crazy. Crazy. All of them should be under suspicion and the company locked down in the investigation. Albert Clark, you are 110% right. Now, let me tell you something, people. When a crime scene committed, one of the first things that any investigator should do is to protect the crime scene and preserve the evidence within the crime scene. It's investigation 101 in dealing with a crime scene. You are right. No SSL worker should still be on the job unless it's to clean up evidence. Exactly. So that's what they are doing. And as the audacity want our money to do it, that's what they are doing. But guess what? I will tell them that it cannot be cleaned because it has that footprint trail. So no matter what you have done, the data is going to link to a particular main server. So you could have cleaned, you could have washed, you could have wiped. When this government out of office, regardless of how you clean it, regardless of how you contaminate the scene, regardless of how you extend the DPP time not to make SSL venture into the judiciary, with this government out of power, SSL is going to be investigated and the truth is going to be uprooted because you are not going to be taking investors' money and go and relax in Hollywood. It is not going to happen. You are going to be investigated, and if found guilty, you are going to be imprisoned. Who is the SSL banker since it was not banking institution? Now, let us deal with this. Let us summarize this, people. We know that the king author for this sort of crime is Paul Cheng-Young, where the Jamaica government, particularly the PNP government, and this is, people, this is the difference as it relates to the PNP and the GLP. The PNP government pursue Paul Cheng-Young and prosecuted Paul Cheng-Young. Paul Cheng-Young was prosecuted by the PNP government. And that's why we said, when the PNP make accusation and put something in court, people are going to be prosecuted. What we have here in SSL, Jamaica Labour Party government covering it, covering it, covering the corruption, participate in the corruption. So you tell me, people, I said a long time ago that Jamaica Labour Party mean this country no good. How can you have a government attacking its education system? How can you have a government who is dealing with nation building, attacking its education system? Think of it. Any government done that anywhere in any part of this world, right? Want chaos for that nation. A government must happy, right, as it relates to educating its people. But obviously, no, not under this government. So then, we are going to get into the business. What time do you have here? All right. And when we speak the truth as it relates to nation building, right? You have people who will sometime in my chat box say that I am biased, right? And they speak one of things, but that's fine, right? You have a right to your opinion, but your opinion should be factual, and your criticism should be constructive. Patricia Williams, you are so correct. That is what is done under normal circumstances. What is happening is just ridiculous. But look, Patricia, the world knows that. So when other Caribbean countries listening to what the Prime Minister is suggesting, it's crazy. Debbie Jervis, have we all noticed how the DPP just conveniently gone on extended vacation before this latest debacle? Exactly. This is part of what the DPP extension is about, right? The Commissioner of Police, Don Anderson, is not going to shove for SSL to go into the judiciary. You will never have that. So, his extended arm reached the Commissioner of Police, right? Who to me is a political operative. So then, what, as it relates to some media, right? Some station call him Big Fat Mama, right? Some call him the political spinner. But we know who that person is. He needs to speak about SSL. And what he needs to ask is how SSL get onto the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Assisted, right, by agents of the FSC and JC who sign a waiver for SSL to be there, knowing to the fact that SSL was misappropriating client funds. Because the FSC, who signed the waiver for SSL in 2018, signing that waiver in 2018, in 2012, the FSC flagged them. 2017, the FSC flagged them. So then how you know that SSL breaking all the rules, but yet you have given them a waiver to go on the JSE, Jamaica Stock Exchange. Think of that, people. Think of the corruption. And so then when you look, that is one of the reasons why that director has to resign. Has to resign. Corruption after corruption after corruption after corruption. SSL had issued almost $1 million in loans. In 2011, the Prime Minister was facilitated with loans from SSL to buy his land according to Patrick Bailey. Tara, every move adds another protective layer for Kanjo and his cronies. I am telling you, Sister Tara. And so then when you look at that, knowing that they know, right, that the People's National Party pursue, right, Paul Cheng Young and have him convicted, have Paul Cheng Young convicted, but rise from the Paul Cheng Young saga, where you cross carry, right, was mentioned as it relates to aiding and abetting Paul Cheng Young in hiding assets as according to court document, not according to Mystic Sensation. According to court document, cross carry, aiding and abetting Paul Cheng Young in concealing investors' money via the purchasing of properties that they purchase and hide, purchase it in different names and so forth and so forth. Investigation revealed that Paul Cheng Young was convicted. So then for cross carry to come out of something like that, having a history where that is concerned as it relates to that level of fraud, and come and shape SSL in 2006, that SSL knowing all of that, Kojo Mambo said the director should be arrested. You're right, Kojo. Knowing all of that information, that cross-carry who sprung off the objectives of Paul Cheng Young, thief in philosophy, committed it in 2006 and being facilitated. So I want to ask the Prime Minister something. If other people afraid to ask him, may I ask the Prime Minister this? Prime Minister, you knew very well that SSL was a non-banking institution. Simple means not supposed to be giving out loans. He didn't have the license for that. So then by the mere fact that the Prime Minister, as according to the Prime Minister, according to Patrick Bailey, taking loans from SSL, wouldn't fear to say that the Prime Minister engaged in wrongdoing or aid the process of committing wrongdoing, knowing to the fact that SSL, because we have the evidence that SSL been giving out loans we have the evidence that you had gotten money from SSL in 2011. 2011, you got money from SSL. Goes back now to the question. How much money you put into SSL and how much money you get out of SSL. And in 2012, 2011, 2012, Bull put in his money and big house bill because, you never have the money. People look, the Prime Minister never have the money in 2011. And so then he was facilitated by a loan from SSL. So 2012, Bull put in money. All of a sudden in 2012, the Prime Minister was able to finish starting big house, finished off big house in 3 years. And then simultaneously, while he was doing that in 2012, his wife was building an $800 million apartment. So then he begged me now to ask the question, Mr. Tolnes, did you have an account in SSL? I'm just asking. I did not accuse him. He just asked. Did you have an account in SSL? Right? How did you come by, X amount of money to facilitate, right, that apartment building that you started in 2012, 2011, you guys did not have any money. Didn't have any money. And so then, let me tell you something, people. And I'm going to show you something. For people who believe that Jamaica Labour Party come up with policy and Jamaica is moving forward in progress, I am going to prove something tonight again to you people. That what the Jamaica Labour Party is bragging on are policies of the People's National Party. So let me play the clip and show you all my both. And let me show you the evidence. And so then when people are talking about, I heard, you know what? I think one of my subscribers, right, asked me as it relates to that, he would like to see Mark Golden mandate, right? And so then for my subscribers, I have gone, in terms of that research. And so for people, some people criticizing that Mark Golden don't go on power, right? And so forth. And he has no policies and so forth. Well, tonight, I am going to silence you. Tonight, I am going to show you Mark Golden mandate. And so then when you see that, it means that you need to shut up your mouth and do research, right? And so then now this is going to silence you tonight. So you will not be able to say again that Mark Golden doesn't have a mandate. So then without any further ado, let me show you Mark Golden mandate. Let us play that. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is dated July 17, 2023. Golden list PNP plans for some portfolios area. Right? Urges Congress to support party candidates in St. Thomas. Leader of the opposition, People's National Party, PNP, Mark Golden, is again asserting that a future PNP-led administration will transform the purported failing of the education system by implementing an initiative in which at least one child from each family earns a tertiary level degree. You hear that, people? It was among several plans outlined by Golden for sectors such as health, crime, and agriculture, while he rallied hundreds of comrades at a meeting in Yellow Square in St. Thomas on Sunday night, during which he presented Morant Bay Mayor Hubert Williams as the PNP caretaker candidate for West St. Thomas. Golden claimed that over the past 7 years that the Jamaican Labour Party has been in government, it has not done enough in the areas of crime, healthcare, the cost of living, and education. Comrades, the next PNP government is going to take on challenges. We're going to do the work, declaring Golden. We want to see a healthcare system where the equipment is properly maintained and people are treated with respect. The PNP president proposed for education. He said, we want to see an education system where the little pitney them from early childhood to primary get the best standard of education in the whole hemisphere and help to build the country moving forward. Okay, so what is one of the plans outlined by Mark Golden for the education sector? Implementing an initiative where every family sends one child to university. Increasing funding for early childhood education. Introducing vocational training programs for high school students. Establish more specialized schools for gifted students and that have 1 to 8. So we are going there, giving you all of them. According to Golden, what has the current government not done enough in crime? Crime prevention, healthcare, cost of living, all of the above. Right? Proper maintenance of equipment and respectful treatment of patients. Free healthcare for all citizens. Privatization of healthcare services. Increased taxes to fund healthcare improvement. 4 of 8. What area does Golden believe needs more focus in the country? Agriculture, tourism, technology, manufacturing. Manufacturing is a big thing. Now let us do 5 of 8. Which policy initiative does Golden endorse? Building more prisons to combat crime, increasing policy presence in high crime areas, sending one child from each family to university, implementing stricter immigration policies. What crime fighting method does Golden promise to revive? Peace management initiative, neighborhood watch programs, increase police patrols, youth rehabilitation centers. 6 of 8, 7 of 8. What is Golden visions for this education system? Providing the best standard of education in the hemisphere for all children, increasing funding for private schools, implementing standardized testing for all students, focusing on vocational training rather than tertiary education. 8 of 8. What are your thoughts on the contents presented in the article? Right? So let us do that. So hold on, play the clip there.
Visit your local Loop City location today for a full engine or radiator flush.
And comrades, the next PNP government is going to take on those challenges. We're not going to shirk from it. We're going to do the work. We want to see a healthcare system where the equipment is properly maintained and where people are treated with respect. We want to see an education system where the little people from early childhood coming through to primary get the best standard of education in the whole hemisphere. So then start them right and they're so bright and they will shine like a bright star and help to build the country moving forward. And Comrade David has a policy which I endorse, where we're going to make sure that every family can send at least one of their children to university to uplift those families for future generations. should be a transformation reform. And comrades, the training system of the country, we have to make sure that half and other training agencies are training for the economy of today and tomorrow, not for the economy of 20 years ago. Because we have to make sure that our people are productive and can handle the type of work that the business of today need of their workers, so we can be globally competitive and create real wealth in the country and make our people nice. So we have a mission to do, comrades, and we know that the youth then who are straying from the path of righteousness and good productive citizens, they need a solid intervention. This government has abandoned them, left them to the private sector, through a little project named Project Star. I don't want to give up the private sector for doing that, but we had a project that was a national project called Unite for Change, which was essentially the same thing. Interventions in communities to give youth a better chance in life, mentorship, training, life skills training, financial literacy training, as a stipend so that they can see their way through and readiness for work. And we have to bring that back because we have to give the youth a chance to invest in the youth then. And we need to also revive the peace management initiative so that persons in communities who have the respect and are willing to build their communities can be trained as violence interrupters. So that when a little friction go on and a little situation happens, then can come in and calm it down and resolve it before a man dead. And next thing you know, a next man dead and a next man dead. And it's pure destruction of something we could have managed and calm down early. We need to have communities prepared so that they can take care of their own affairs in that way. So comrades, we need agriculture to stop being treated like a poor cousin. We need to focus on building resilience of our economy, because what the recent events have shown us with this pandemic is that our economy is brittle, and there's a big shock in the system and tourism drop out. It's problems all around, and we can't rely on anywhere else to feed us. We must feed ourselves, and we must feed the Caribbean and beyond. Because we got some of the best products.
All right. So there are some of the policies that Mark Golding promised to implement, right, when he becomes the incumbent government in short order. So we have another year for deliverance. Now, I am going to show you something as it relates to just give you a little reflection as it relates to United States, and then come back to Jamaica. I remember when United States was facing a crisis, right? Financial meltdown. And Obama took over the reins of power. What Obama did was to craft policies that reshape United States, right, to save that economy. But guess what? When his successor went in, his successor acted like Obama did not do anything. His successor acted as if he had done everything that what Obama did. But the world knows it's a lie. Now here is Andrew Holness acting as if he drafted the policies where the highway is concerned and the People's National Party, particularly Portia Simpson Miller and Dr. Peter Phillips, had done nothing. And he came in 2016 and efficient his party was, because it is his party drafted all of that policies. And the PNP did not do anything. And the truth, in fact, the PNP set a golden corridor for him. And the truth as we know it today is doing everything to erode it. His policy has eroded the middle class in Jamaica. So sit back and watch Andrew Holness brags in on policies that already had implemented by the People's National Party. So without any further ado, let us play that clip. No. Yeah, this one.
Children and Adolescent Hospital. We are pursuing major infrastructure development across the island. For example, the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road Project, the Southern Plains Agricultural Development Project, and the Essex Valley Irrigation Infrastructure Development Project, as well as, in my opinion, the most important infrastructure project, which is the Spark Project, which will address long-standing road improvements in your community where it matters most to you. We have built 152 houses so far under the new social housing program, and I have personally seen how this program has improved the quality of life of the average Jamaican who has benefited. Now, these improvements in the lives of our people are worth celebrating and acknowledging. But there is still much ground to cover to transform Jamaica into a truly independent, developed, self-sufficient, modern, and peaceful nation within which our people can thrive. This transformation requires commitment, unity, selflessness, sacrifice, and courage. Sacrifice and courage are crucial to turning around the fortunes of our beloved country that for years failed to deliver for its people. The improvements we have been able to make for our country,
Stop it right there. Yeah.
Come off it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, people. Here's Andrew Holness. And let me quote what he said. He's building the nation where previous government failed for years. And he bragged about 150 houses. 150 houses. People, let me show you the evidence. He is bragging about 150 houses. Let me show you the evidence where People's National Party, Portia Simpson, had built 1,500 homes. Not 150. 1,500 homes. Without any further ado, let me show you the evidence. Bring up there.
This one.
Yeah. Let us share. See if I can explain it so that they can read it. Okay. Here it is. People, this is December 10, 2015. I want you to see the date. Prime Minister announces 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James. Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller has announced that arrangements are almost concluded for a joint venture between the National Housing Trust, NHT, and a private developer to provide 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James. The Prime Minister made the announcement during her keynote address at the handover ceremony of Balaclava Heights housing development in St. Elizabeth on Wednesday, December 9. Mr. Simpson Miller also disclosed that NHT is concluding arrangement to provide interim financing for the 3 housing projects located in the following parishes. Given the credence to our administration commitment and to fostering an ownership society in Jamaica, Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller has announced that arrangements are almost concluded for a joint venture between the National Housing Trust and a private developer to provide 1,500 new housing solutions in St. James. The Prime Minister made the announcement during her keynote address at the handing over ceremony for Balaclava Heights housing development in St. Elizabeth on Wednesday, December 9. Mr. Simpson Miller also disclosed that NHT is concluding arrangements to provide interim financing for 3 housing projects located in the following parishes: Hanover, which will provide more than 1,000 new housing solutions, not 150. St. James, which will provide 244 housing solutions and 116 housing solutions in St. Catherine. Mrs. Simpson Miller asserted that the government will continue to deliver on the mandate to provide land and housing to the Jamaican people. I think everybody accepts that the government that I lead has a strong track record for delivering on the provision of housing. Take that away. So when you come out and you do 150 and you come skin your teeth like you have done anything, Portia Simpson had done 1,500. So then how would I criticize? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Now, let me show you the contractual agreement that Portia had with China. It wasn't Andrew Holness who had that. So for people who are talking about this and talking about GPD, debt per ratio going down, who you think do that? Dr. Peter Phillips and Portia Simpson. That now Andrew Holness is bragging and telling his minions that the People's National Party had done anything. So I am going to play the clip to show you that Portia Simpson had this agreement with the Chinese. Without any further ado, play the clip. It is not Andrew Holness.
One sec, guys. Happy Friday. Thank you guys for still being here. Let me just open this up.
Nice to talk to you, Ms. Prime Minister, and thank you for accepting our interviews. So so can you share with us some details about yesterday's meeting with President Xi Jinping and Premier Li Keqiang?
Well, we had good meetings with both the president and the premier. We had discussions on a number of areas, Jamaica and also international and the region. And the meeting went very well. The president spoke to us and was very clear on China's support for our region and for Jamaica. Jamaica started a relationship with China 40 years ago. But we came because we wanted not only to meet with the president and the premier, but also with a number of the business leaders in China. We had some good meetings. I believe the meetings were fruitful. Ministers and myself were very pleased about the meetings that we had with the businesses that we met, the business persons, and also we met with the Development Bank of China, China Development Bank.
Yes, so what are the top priorities for this trip, like business contract? Are there any contracts going to be signed or agreement to be achieved?
They did sign some. They did sign some agreements.
Yeah. Can you share with us?
The afternoon of, not yesterday, day before yesterday, when we met with the premier.
Yes.
We had signed some contracts. And we also got a grant.
So it's reported that Jamaica would like to take China as a top priority for economic diplomacy. So do you agree with that? And do you have like a plan to achieve the target?
Our target of?
The target of taking China as the top priority for economic diplomacy.
Well,
yeah,
it's not only economic, it's other things as well. You have to bear in mind that Jamaica's relationship with China and our bilaterals with China span many years. And you're very young, but I'd like to indicate to you that over 150 years ago, a number of Chinese were taken to Jamaica to work as on the sugar plantations in Jamaica. A number of them stayed, they established their families, and so we also have a Chinese community, and we have a number of Chinese businesses of Jamaican Chinese in Jamaica. So for us, it's not strange to be in a relationship with China, because we've always held China with high esteem, and we've always cooperated and worked well with China over the many years. So it's not strange that we would come to China to encourage more investors to come to Jamaica and to invest in Jamaica. And we're very pleased that the areas they're looking at, for example, we have Chinese investors in Jamaica. We have a Chinese investor that is working on a highway project that will open up the country, make it easier for tourism.
People hear that?
And also easier access
highway
to
projects.
get to from one point to the other. And so we need to get more involved in other areas, because we have a number of areas for development, slated for development.
Yes.
Like our ports and logistics hub.
Logistics. But that's basically like business area. Can you specify like other area that the two countries can deepen cooperation?
Agriculture. Tourism. And can also give support to our manufacturers in Jamaica.
Manufacturers, yeah. Nowadays, climate change are becoming a global concern. We
discussed that as well.
Yes. So what do you think like Jamaica and China can do together, like on this specific issue?
Yes, we can work together. But I think it's not just about Jamaica and China.
Yes.
It's a global issue. But China can use their powerful voice globally and in the halls of the UN and other international fora to express the concern, and for the globe, the world, to begin to pay some attention to climate change. It's not only going to be impacting or can impact China and Jamaica. It is something that will impact the entire world.
Yeah.
And we need to pay some special attention to it. I tell you what, when I became Prime Minister and I was naming the ministries and ministers. I name one minister as the minister with responsibility for land, water, environment, and climate change. He's here. Where is he?
Yeah.
That's the minister with responsibility for climate change, because we want to take it seriously. And we've been pushing not only in Jamaica, but in the CARICOM region as well. But we want a global response to climate change.
How do you evaluate the current relations between China and the Caribbean states? And what do you think, like Jamaica, what kind of role Jamaica can play in terms of building these ties between China and the region?
Well, the president did visit the region and met with heads of government of the CARICOM region. I went to Trinidad to meet the president as well, and the leaders of CARICOM attended that meeting with the president in Trinidad. And so I think that China is really working with, but in terms of Jamaica, we have a long-standing relationship with China from 1972.
Can you imagine like Jamaica's role, like to promote this relationship?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
We have no difficulty promoting the relationship, our relationship, and we are proud of our relationship with China.
Yeah.
And we have no difficulty at all. Working with other Caribbean islands. Oh, sure.
All right. So, of course, Mystic Sensation just want to establish that facts and, just correct the Prime Minister as it relates to his level of, trying to convince people that he's the one that formulating these policies. Those policies were already set in place. It's just simple that the Prime Minister is just honoring those contractual agreements that were made by the People's National Party government as it relates to Dr. Peter Phillips and Portia Simpson, who signed off on those agreements. We should hear Portia Simpson spoke about the highways. Signed up. Deal done. So, Andrew, we know, say, your conjure and the political connery that you like. And so then, when it comes to policy, and for people who want, speaking about Mark Golding mandate and certain things, let me give you the facts of the 63 members of parliament, right? Not one of them drafted legislations, right, or bills that become law more than Mark Golding. Mark Golding single-handedly had done many than any of the 63 members of parliament. So people, do your local research. And so when it comes to policy, don't even go there where Mark Golding is concerned. Don't even go there. Right? When it goes to policy, Mark Golding, solid on those. There's not one member of parliament who have done more legislation than Mark Golding. Research this, what Mystic Sensation is saying. You know, when you come over here, you get the facts. You go to the source and we plugged it for you, right? So this is what JLP people, right, who are dieted and who believe that what Andrew Wallace is telling them, right, he's being truthful. We know otherwise. We know otherwise. That Mark Golding is solid on policies. So let me go through the chat, and then, of course, I hand over to my wifey, right? As it relates to Jeopardy. Now, I want to say a big thanks to all my subscribers who passed through, take the time to listen to us, right? I really happy, right? And, you know, want to say big thanks for you being here every Friday, right? And of course, you know, tune in with us, right? You know, we love you all, right? So let me just go through the chat and see what is here. Freedom is honoring the contracts because they were good, of course. I assume if they weren't, he wouldn't. I heard the changes from the original road in St. Thomas. If that is correct, where did the money go? I tell you, Freedom, there's, when it comes to twists and turns as it relates to transparency and accountability, this government has a lot of twists and turns. That's all I'm saying. All right. I do have an issue with the significant number of Chinese businesses that do not provide employment for Jamaicans to get out of poverty. Why is Jamaica not provided loans to open wholesales? Freedom, I'm not going to go around that. Put it up, let other people sit on it. I'm not going to go around that question. But I want to give you a history, Freedom, and this is no joke. The bank had reported, and I'm going to find that document. I want to, very good topic line that you hit here. Let me read it over. I do have an issue with the significant number of Chinese businesses that do not provide employment for Jamaicans to get out of poverty. Why is Jamaica not providing loans to open wholesales? Okay. Many Jamaicans in the early 80s, 90s were given many loans and many assistance. And surprisingly, Freedom, right? They fall short in the commitment of paying back their loans. And so then the situation with Jamaican as it relates to the level of discipline to pay back the loans is more than a burden to climb, right? A lot of persons, particularly even in the transportation sector, borrow money, right? Purchase cars and do, you know, their little thing, right? But many of them run in difficulty. Now, people will talk about Chinese shop and so forth. Now, when the Chinese borrow their loans, right, or utilize loans, whatever, the history goes to show you, right, that they are on time. So we have to take the discipline in business to understand that when we borrow money, right, we have to make sure that we are paying back these loans. Now, it goes to the issue of manufacturing, and that is one of the reasons why we are going to bring back John Lennon here Friday coming. Because the government, as it relates to what Mark Golden said, one of his policy trends, that manufacturing should be the focus of the government to deal with manufacturing. And that is going to inject many jobs for Jamaican. We have heard Dr. John Lennon also spoke on renewable energy. And so then politicians have to realize that service industry jobs hardly paying anything. And so then to get into a livable income. We have to get into the business of manufacturing, right? So that is where we need to get so many Jamaicans can be employed. And this government don't have no policy idea as it relates to manufacturing. They have nothing at all. The only thing that this government is very good on is trickery, deceitfulness, and pilfering. They are very good on that. Now, very well said. This is fact. Mark implemented most of those laws. Mark is the one that wanted a code of conduct for all parliamentarians, and he and all his members signed a code of conduct. Thank you, Mr. Watson, for that. Any more that I need to answer?
Okay, I brought that up already. Okay, it should be reading. No, SSL workers should be near the building.
Okay, Anthony Savage. They need to take all of those workers out SSL and let the investigators work on SSL. Workers should not SSL workers should be near the building. You're so right, Mr. Savage. And I can't understand if the Prime Minister, I just can't understand why the Prime Minister would resort to something like that. You understand? Encouraging SSL worker to contaminate the crime scene. It makes no sense. Okay. Any more?
Okay.
All right. So there it is. Patricia Williams. All right, Pat, I have you. Nigel Clark did an interview with Simon Krasker today about SSL. It was so embarrassing to hear this Rhodes Scholar tripping over his lies. I really can't believe he let Andrew bring him to this. No, Patricia, hold on, let that stay. Patricia, the truth be told, that you see when you tell lies, lies are something that you have to memorize, right? And try to remember. But when you're naturally speaking the truth, right, it comes better flowing because the truth is the truth. And so then, as you rightly said, that Nigel Clark allowed himself, right, to be now looked on as a pathological liar. For me, let me be truthful here. Anything that comes out of the mouth of Nigel Clark should not be treated as gospel. Because we knew very well that Nigel Clark, we know very well that Nigel Clark stated to us that FBI was here investigating. And they are going to stop at no realms to get, right, the solution. We now know that is a lie. And as I said, he has all the reason to make SSL, to avoid SSL from venture into the judiciary, where persons need to be tried. And so then, Fitzbailey, right, the Commissioner of Police, on the investigation side of things, along with the DPP, they are not going to instruct that. You're not going to see anything. Okay. How long have they been investigating SSL and told us that, okay, more arrests will be coming. People, let me tell you something. No more arrest is going to come. All right? No more. This is the lie, the delayed tactics. And you know what they're going to come with? Because of the length of time and the complexity of SSL, you know, we only decided that don't be surprised that they're going to come up with more information as it relates to explaining how the GDP, remember I spoke about the GDP, you know? You understand? And the truth be told, based on what transpired, we have damaged roughly about 6 to 7% of our GDP as it relates to investors losing billions of dollars. So let me tell you now what they are going to come with later down. So a little month, a little 2 month runoff. Later down, you're going to hear, remember that you hear this mystic sensation. They're going to come out and they're going to say, it's so unfortunate that we have to try to, you know, rescue as it relates to our GDP. And government has to now do a bailout situation or whatever, right? Because of the threat to our GDP. So that is what they are shaping up. And the saddest thing about it, because they know as it relates to the level of government involvement, these persons are going to get away with all those people money as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party government. If Jamaica Labour Party government stay in power, you're not going to get a resolution from SSL. It will never, ever happen. If Andrew Honest get another term, SSL, as it relates to those culprits, as it relates to you, Croskery, they are going to get away with the people's money. Because politicians involved, public sector is involved. SSL is a Jamaica Labour Party crime. And so then let me give you a scenario. It is not like somebody who is going to go and rob the bank and get up into the parade and say, I robbed the bank. Unless he's crazy. He's going to do everything to divert the investigation away from them. And that is what they are now doing. The effort that Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, what they are doing right now, they want to get rid of the SSL case without it venture into the judiciary. Now, if the DPP change, Andrew Holness and his government is going to be in problem. So I want you to understand what I'm saying. They are going to be in problem. If they don't resolve this situation as it relates to just give some form of flower reason, because no other persons will be arrested. Let me say that. Remember, when this thing started out on Nigel Clark, I want people to go back on my clip, go back into my channels and see when I was telling the people that there is no FBI investigating. For my subscribers who are following me, know that I have been saying it from day one. I have been saying it from day one that the government is lying. Go back on my clip, all of my SSL clip that I covered, and you realized when I was saying it. No, it becomes proven. SSL is the Jamaica Labour Party crime. I have shown you history as it relates to JLP always propagandize as it relates to PNP doing crime and never able to convict one PNP member in the court of law. But whenever PNP, right, has to call out their crime, PNP makes sure that they put it into the judiciary. And guess what? They always found guilty. Having said that, they don't want SSL to go into the judiciary, because if it goes into the judiciary, guess what? People are going to be found guilty. Under Andrew Holness-led government, police investigators will never ever question you cross-carry. You cross-carry is comfortable and very, very comfortable for the reason to the fact that he knew very well, he knows very well that he has to be protected by those who involve the political hierarchy. So he knows very well that they can't bring him down. They can't bring him down. Because if they bring him down, they are also going to be brought down. People, as sad as it is, it's the truth of the matter. Cross-carry will never be questioned under Jamaica Labour Party government, because cross-carry cannot be touched. Because if they touch cross-carry, they will have to be touched as well. And that's the plain truth of the matter. All right? So that's where it stops. Now, let me just hand over to Wifey. And once again, thanks for all my subscribers for tuning in. Jeopardy, your time.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And thank you again for that insightful discussion. Thank you to everyone who participated in the discussion. Really appreciate each and every one. Going to just go straight into Jeopardy. Let me just bring up the template. So we are going to be Tara is saying good program as usual. Thank you, Tara. Much, Tara, and okay. All right. So let me just bring up the template. Oops. Just make sure I'm doing the right thing here. I don't want to accidentally throw us off. Okay, so we are vying for credit. The person with the most points get $1,000 Jamaican credit, Digicel or Flow, and we're gonna have 4 runners up of $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. The questions will be in the form of a statement. You answer in the form of a question. You answer in the form of a question. If it's the name of a thing or place, it is what is. Name of a person, it is who is. And then the answer, let me just take off that and share the screen. All right, so tonight's categories are science, mathematics, completely Jamaican proverbs, Jamaican history, and then Jamaican general knowledge. Just bring the chat back. Yes, Sweets, you can play. Everybody can play. And if you're not in Jamaica, if you don't have anyone to, if you don't need the credit, then you can donate it to someone. So everybody, it is opened up to everybody. Welcome, Empress. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in.
Empress.
Fluffy Diva, welcome.
Night.
Happy Friday. It's an amazing discussion as always. Big up you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Empress. So we're gonna start with just throwing out a category, and for how many points the first one I see is what I'm gonna start with. And so let me see. I'm in between devices because the chat is giving me problems. It keeps freezing up. I don't know why. Right, so throw out a category. The first one that I see, I will start with, and for how many points? All right, let's see. Okay, any categories out yet? And remember, when you answer the question, for how many points freedom, you have to say whether for 100, 200, or whatever. Whenever you type in your answer, you're gonna see yourself
Bless up, Empress.
first.
That easy.
So you have to refresh to see the order in which the questions came. The answers came, sorry. So it's saying math for 100. All right. So do that addition. So 163 plus 939 plus 746, that paper on top. And just take a pen out the folder from it. That one there, because keep having to switch. I don't know why it's freezing up. Okay, Truck Life and Empress. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. I'm not going to be delaying. So let me just reveal the answer. So what is 1,848? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct answer. So first on the board is Empress.
All right.
Then Truck Life, then Fluffy, Freedom, Flames, Sharon, Energy.
Much points?
100.
100.
Okay, so saying thanks. I hope this program opened up the minds of many. Very interesting program. Thank you so much, Watson. Really appreciate that. All right, so Empress, choose the next category, and for she says mathematics for 200. Amount of feet in a mile. How many feet make a mile? How many feet make 1 mile? Right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So no delays. It is 5,280 feet. That makes a mile, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So 5,280 feet. Okay, so it starts there. So Empress, that is 200 points. Then Sweet, Sharon, Fluffy, but you need to put what is with the answer. And Sharon, you need to say what, not who. And then Energy, Flame, no. Diva, she went back and put what is. So Empress is saying Proverbs for 200. All right, so you're going to complete the Proverbs. Cockroach no business. To finish the Jamaican Proverbs. Cockroach no business. Cockroach no business. Welcome, welcome, Ricardo. Happy Friday.
Ricky in the boat.
All right, so let's see. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for and what is in a foul fight. So cockroach no business in a foul fight. And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, and that is for 200 points. Then Empress, Tiffany, Truck Life, Sharon basically because same.
Much points for that?
200. Fluffy Diva. Catherine, welcome. Happy Friday.
Bless yourself, Catherine.
You have to put what is before you put the answer.
Okay.
And Uriel also came in with the correct answer. And Flames.
So the score as it is, Ricardo on 200 points, Empress on 300 points.
Empress Ricky, at least me call you for do. Okay, Sherry also came in with the answer, but you need to put what is your answer the question in the you answer in the form of a question. Sorry. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next. Okay, Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points.
Ricardo choose.
There's Ricardo. Let me see if I missed it. Okay, math for 300. Decimal equivalent to 3/4. What is 3/4 written as a decimal? So write 3/4 as a decimal. Everybody run out, skip out, jump out.
All right.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays. I'm just going to reveal why the others are putting in. So what is 0.75 or 0.75? That is the equivalent of 3/4 in decimal. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life.
All right. And
that is for 300 points. So Truck Life, then Ricardo, Empress, Freedom, Energy, Sharon, Tiffany, everybody run out. Flames, Sweets, Fluffy, Janet. Okay, no, she got the point there. And Catherine. All right.
And so the score as it is, Ricardo on 200 points, Truck Life, Empress on 300 points.
Welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. You are again, you need to refresh. Can somebody just type that Verona is lagging? She needs to refresh. All right. Yes, I realized you missed the point. Was an error. All right, so Truck Life is saying math for 400. So we're continuing with math. 4.6 multiplied by 3.71. So 4.6 multiplied by 3.71. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So let me just refresh first and then reveal. So it is 17.066, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, then Empress, Truck Life, Tiffany, okay, Mr. Six there, Flames, Sweets, because it's just Mr. Six Pure, Diva, Sharon, Metal, and I'm British Bad. Welcome, welcome, Delroy. Happy Saturday. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate your support. Janet Seminar copy. Charlie Pin, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday.
Blessings, Charlie.
This is a Jeopardy. Happy Friday, Charlie. Nice to see you. How are you doing? All right, so Ricardo is saying math for 500, so it's complete in the math category. The formula for volume. What is the formula for finding the volume of, what is it, a cube or a triangle or whatever? So what is the formula for finding the volume? Happy Friday, Carlos. Welcome, welcome.
Blessings,
Carlos.
Carlos.
Happy Friday to you.
All right. Now, people, again, I want members into subscribers, right? Make sure to visit Jamaica Carlos, right? Give him a strength over there. Jamaica Carlos, right? As a lightning platform as well. Speaking the truth, burning the fire. Make sure to give Carlos some strength, please, right? Go over Jamaica Carlos and support brother Jamaican Carlos over there. All right, big up yourself, Carlos.
Wait, let me see. It's a greetings, family, blaze the fire.
All right.
All right, let me see where this starts. I have to refresh it again. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Janet is bigging up Carlos as well. All right, so let's see. And it is length times width times height. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Right, so it started there. Calculator finger them nimble. Hush, Fluffy said this water kill me. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress. She has to write it, the multiply, she write out the times. So Empress, and that is for 500 points. Then Ricardo.
500? Empress?
Then Ricardo. Trying to say I'm alive. Then Fluffy. Oh, okay, she went back and did that. Then Sweets, Energy. Janet's in the left school on there. Okay, Flames also came in with the correct answer. Tiffany, so most persons came in with the correct answer. All right. Thanks, Carlos. Blessings to you as well.
All right.
Really appreciate you tuning in. Empress said, me first. Who did I say to give
Yeah,
you
man.
points? So you
Empress,
got it,
you got it, Empress. Okay, so let me quote the score.
Go beat you,
All right.
Carlos. Whenever you arrive, it's good time. So thank you for joining in.
Yes. Ricardo, 200 points. Truck Life, 300 points. Empress, and 800 points.
All right. So Empress, choose the next category and for how many points?
Carlos, you know, me need if you have your digit though, Carlos. I'm going to try for link off here and get a digit.
Oh yes, I can relate to that, Catherine, because some subjects that we did excellent in, some things that we can't remember.
Exactly.
I can relate to that because I used to do conversational Spanish, and because I've not done it in many years, I am so rusty. All right, so she is saying science for 200. Device scientists use to measure earthquake. Device scientists use to measure earthquake. So name the device. Oh, yeah, that's school 20 years ago. Then what must I say? 30 years ago. Oh, my goodness. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, so let me just reveal the answer, and it can be, so if you have so what is a seismometer or a seismograph? Whichever of those you have, the answer is correct. So it can either say seismometer or seismograph, and that is 200 points. So that's what it used to measure earthquakes. All right, so let's see. Okay, Delroy, no problem. Thank you so much. And thank you for your continued support and endorsement.
Bless you for yourself, Delroy.
With a wet noodle. Oh, they're asking for more service at home.
Yeah.
Be busy. I'm busy settling in. All right. First on the board with the correct response is Empress. She has seismometer. Then
how many points for that?
200.
200 points.
And then Debbie, she has the seismograph, yes. And the Empress also went back and put seismograph Verona. Yeah, so that's how the answers came in. Natalie said, my second time on the program and I was well informed. Thanks for a great program. Thank you so much for your endorsement, Natalie. And you're welcome. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Empress is saying thanks for 300. This is a diagram of an. Name what the diagram is of. What do you call that? Because I have on my glasses struck light, so I had to see it. See what? Gotta move now. See, I'm blind. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me reveal the answer. What is an atom? So what is an atom? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So that's a diagram of an atom. Ricardo. And that is for 300 points. So Ricardo, Tiffany, each character spelling fluff. No. Ricardo.
How many points?
Debbie, 300. Energy, flames. Never said you told me last. Ricardo says maths for 500. Oh, that's math is complete, Ricardo. No, about Lala prank. Ricardo, choose the next category. And for how many points?
Ricardo, the running prank.
Science for 500. And it's a double score answer that you picked up early. What is the collective name for animals at the top of the food chain? Collective, people, is the operative word. Collective name for animals at the top of the food chain. And that's for 500 points added to whatever existing score and then double the score.
Wow.
All right, so what is the collective name for animals at the top of the food chain? All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is apex predator or alpha predator? And that is for 500 points and then double your score. So let's see who first came in and got that double score. Empress. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
Okay.
So 500 and then double her score. Then Diva, Sweet. Okay, she corrected that. Oh, she also put the alpha. Flames also came in.
All right.
Debbie. Okay.
So the score as it is, Truck Life on 300, Ricardo 500, Empress on 3,000 points.
I need a do-over because this is not it. So there's no doing over. There's no double Jeopardy. All right. So Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? She first. Okay, Empress, choose the next. What's here? Ricardo, stop calling Empress phone and distract her. Don't cheat. Come, Empress, choose her. Ignore him. Okay, science for 400. The process of breaking down of rocks into sediment. The process of breaking down of rocks into sediment. Name the process. So the process of breaking down rocks into sediment. Name the process. Welcome, welcome, David. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. How are you doing?
Bless up yourself, David.
Empress is not the phone she use a bay. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays. Oops. What is weathering? So the process of breaking down of rocks into sediments is called weathering, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Empress. Empress, I could light up the board tonight, and that is for 400 points.
Oh,
like Empress gets an alien Wi-Fi. Then Fluffy, Freedom, Debbie, Andrew. Welcome, Andrew. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you being here. Okay, Delroy, thank you so much. I look forward to hearing.
Oh, Delroy said, Mystic Sensation, whenever I missed out on your program, I feel bad. I always look forward to hearing your informative lessons. May God bless you Saturday both and keep you safe from harm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delroy. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome, Andrew. Thank you for being here. All right, so she's completing science. The third planet from the sun. Third planet from the sun. Everybody run out, jump out, skip out, roll out. And that's for 100 points. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So known delays, what is Earth? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Empress, wow. 100 points. Then David, then David, Sweets, Freedom, Energy, Tiffany, Flames, but didn't put what is, Debbie put it after, it's okay. Then Verona, Catherine, Sharon, okay, Andrew, need to put what is. Welcome Oreo cheesecake. Like no, sir. I cripple every plan of the sender of those candles, Lord Jesus, then starting at the chat. All right. So that's how the answers came in, and Empress is saying proverb for 300. What sweet nanny goat? Everybody run out, jump out, roll out, skip out. What sweet nanny goat? So complete the proverb. What sweet nanny goat?
I'm gonna make them do what me do before I come on the
live. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's I go run in belly. So what sweet nanny goat, I go run in belly. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. Make sure, because things sort of close together here. Running in belly. What is aga running belly? This aga running belly.
Just, no matter.
Okay. Yeah. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
What's the score?
And that is 300 points. Then Oreo, Tiffany, Chuck Clive, Fluffy, Debbie. Okay, then Okay, she corrected it. I guess the thing switched it. Catherine, Energy, Sharon, Verona, Flames. Oh no, yeah. Andrew corrected it. Sweets. All right, so that's all the answers came in. So Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? So Empress, I dominate the board tonight. Oh my goodness.
3,800.
All right, next category. Oops, sorry. I didn't release the board. There, sorry. Proverbs for 400. Oh, thanks, Andrew. Welcome, welcome, Peter.
Big up yourself, Peter George. Blessings, blessings, my brother.
It said there is such a huge log on my side. I see answers popping up before you can even finish the question.
Yeah,
Oh, the internet is lagging. All right. She said Proverbs for 400. You can't carry two faiths. Complete the Proverbs. You can't carry two faiths. You can't carry two faiths to complete the Proverbs. Said they are.
All right.
I'm not seeing the answer that I'm looking for yet. You can't carry two faiths. Can't carry two faiths to a gas station. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Oh my goodness. You can't carry two faiths under one hat. That's how the Jamaican proverb goes. You can't carry two faiths under one hat. And that's it for 400 points. And it is a serious guess because I never heard this one before. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct answer because I saw the correct answer popping up after. Maybe that's the same thing to one time. Because I thought so like it could have made sense. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress. And that is for 400 points. Then Sharon. God, it's the first me I hear this. This has stressed me out, right? This has stressed me right out, you know. You give her points, 400 points to Empress.
I'm not getting Empress our points. Empress will get money now.
Thanks, Catherine. This is very fun and educational session. Yes, we do this after each live.
And so the score as it is, Struck Life on 300 points, Ricardo 500 points, Empress 4,200 points.
Okay, yeah, so we do this after every live discussion. Welcome, Baga.
Bless up yourself, Baga.
Who's Baga?
Empress.
Yeah, Jesus. You must shout after you, because Ben is supposed to hold name Baga. Mr. Empress, I run out in all I'm suit them.
Baga.
All right, so you said Proverbs for 500. Now, all foot in a boot complete the Proverbs, and it's a double point answer. So that's 1,000 points for the person who gets this correct. Now, all foot in a boot complete the proverb. Okay. It's a Bible session during that time. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So, what is a good foot? Not all foot in a boot, a good foot. That is what 500 points double, which would be 1,000 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so let me tell everybody what is walk straight. Oh my goodness. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress, a good foot. We know that is the keyboard. Change that, and she corrected down the bottom of the spelling. So that is 1,000 points.
Whoa.
Empress ahead of the board, so tonight. Then Flames, Bagger, she corrected that. Tiffany, Sharon.
So the score at the end,
Andrew,
Chuck Life on 300 points, Ricardo 500 points, Empress 5,200 points. Boy, Empress, they field in the lead.
I tell you.
5,000.
All right, so Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? Because you're going to be out the lead. What is a legit word? Wait, let me see what is being said here. Okay, so Empress. Oh, she hasn't chosen yet. Empress, choose the next category and for how many points? I just want to make sure I didn't overlook. Okay, she hasn't yet. All right, so we have basically 2 categories left with just 1 in 1 category.
Empress choose?
Should not choose it. Choosing. Come, Empress, choose the next category. Go back up and make sure I didn't miss. No, she hasn't chosen. Proverbs 100, she completed Proverbs. If you can't get turkey, complete the proverb. If you can't get turkey, you get chicken. You get turkey neck.
Oh, this is a 4K camera.
Oh, that I need charging. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is, if you can't get turkey, satisfy with John Crow.
You must say no.
If you can't get turkey, satisfy with John Crow. And that is for John Crow. I pronounce it properly. John Crow. All right, so let's see who first came in with the answer, and that is for 100 points. Okay, Energy said what you get John Crow. You get John Crow. What is your satisfied with John Crow? How am I going to? Okay, so the answer is satisfied with John Crow, but people put you get John Crow. If you can't get turkey, you get John Crow. So can I give it to the persons who put you get John Crow? Okay, they're saying yes. Okay. I totally guessed this one too. I figured John Crow cousin. I figured John Crow because John Crow is turkey vulture. All right. Let's see who first. Let me go back up. So energy, pure energy. So energy,
Energy on the board.
100. Yes, so 100. Then Tiffany, Sharon. Okay, she just put John Crow. Diva. Okay, Empress. then
Energy of
Diva.
100 points.
Yeah. Then Verona, Flames. Empress corrected that. Oh, she didn't put John there, but that's fine. Okay. All right, that's how the answers came in. So then Pure is gonna choose the next category and for how many points.
So score as it is: Pure Energy 100 points, Truck Life 300 points, Ricardo 500 points, Empress 5,200 points. Wow.
All right, so
Empress is
energy
burning
choose the
now.
next category and for how many points? May I tell you? I dominate the board. Okay, general knowledge for 200. Norman Manley Airport is to Kingston as this airport is to St. James. Everybody run out. Norman Manley Airport is to Kingston as this airport is to St. James. Everybody run out on that one. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not delaying. And what is done now thanks to airport. And that is for 200 points. Oh, let me just drop the link to the Boxside petition again. There we go. All right, so that's the link to the Boxside petition for Dr. John Lennon. So anybody who has not signed it yet can do so. And the link is also in the description. Let me just refresh again. Let's keep it 200. Okay, bagger, 200 points. So that's under Ricardo. So Donald Sangster, then Truck Life. Oh my goodness, I don't know. Ricardo. Energy. I didn't put it all. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Sharon, Fluffy. Okay, Empress. Flames. Okay, and Catherine. Andrew. All right, that's how the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points, Ricardo? Tiffany said, "Person, I get 500 points." History for 300. In 1972, this PNP leader won the election and remained in office until 1980. 1972, this PNP leader won the election and remained in office until 1980. Name the leader. Peter says that everybody afraid that history. It looks up Peter. Everything with Jamaica stay for last. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Michael Manley, because it's the name of a person. So Michael Manley, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops. Bagger. 300 points. Then Energy, Empress, Tiffany, Catherine, Flames, Andrew, Debbie.
So the score as it is: Pure Energy on 100 points, Short Life 300 points, Bagger 1,000 points, and Empress 5,200 points.
Okay, choose Bagger. Oh, Empress now a traffic
Empress
pull out everybody that she want to know who is Pure Energy and who is Reef one. All right. So she investigate this matter. No. All right, Bagger, get it. Choose the next category and for how many points? Come, Ricardo. Choose.
But how can I time out Empress?
Oh my goodness. History for 200. Bustamante was prime minister in this year. Bustamante was prime minister in this year. What year was he prime minister? I'm impressed at trying to time out Bagger and Oreo cheesecake. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 1962. So he became prime minister in 1962, just when we got independence. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just release the board. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress for, what is it, 200 points? Yes, Empress for 200 points. Then Flames, Diva, Andrew, Bagger, give the time frame. And Bagger, Catherine. Bagger should change is her name. Lord Jesus, then Catherine. I forgot the one. All right. So that's how the answers came in. All right. So Jamaican general knowledge for 300. Poor Man's Corner is in this parish, and it's a double point answer, and so that is for 600 points. Poor Man's Corner is in this parish. Which parish do you find Poor Man's Corner? Welcome, Mitchie Boo. Happy Saturday to
Bless
you
myself,
over there
Mitchie Boo.
in Australia. Welcome, Lord Jesus. Welcome, John Crow. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Okay. Really appreciate you being here. All right, so, and that's double point. I see the answer that I am looking for. Let's see where Poor Man's Corner is located. What is St. Thomas? And that is for 600 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I'll go first. You're right, Chuck Life. Me no want get catch another one. It's like as it's a cockroach and it's in a full fight. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life. That is for 600. Then John Crow. Then Empress Tiffany. Flames Peter. Okay, and then Andrew Michibu also came in with the correct response.
Okay, and the score as it is: Pure Energy on 100 points, Stroke Life 900 points, Bag on 1,000 points, and Empress 5,200 points.
Energy said lots of poor man calling in Jamaica now.
You better believe it.
All right, Chocolate is the knowledge for 100. Oops, sorry, I chose the wrong one. But anyway, we're flying with that one. Jamaica's former name by the Tainos. What did the Tainos name Jamaica before it was called Jamaica? What was the name that the Tainos used to use for Jamaica? Sorry about that, Truck Life. Nimble fingers. That is my bus stop. Can I get a breath? Your bus stop is where poor man's corner. Oh my goodness. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. And guys, remember, we're not marking for spelling. So what is a mica? A mica. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is John Crow. Remember, we're not marking for spelling, but we know what to type in. Exactly. Then Catherine, energy, then okay, Fred, welcome. Happy happy Saturday, Fred. Thank you so much for joining.
So much points for John Crow.
That is 100 points.
100 points.
But we shall figure out who that is shortly. Then Truck Life, Fluffy, Empress, Debbie, Truck Life, Sweet. Okay, we just say yes. Okay, then Flames. Oh, Peter says, I went to Moran Bay High School and used to come off the bus at Poor Man's Corner and walk 4 miles home to Norris every day. Oh my goodness, that's a long walk. So he definitely know where Poor Man's Corner is. Okay. All right, correction by Debbie. All right, so choose the next. Okay, so GK for 400.
You're right.
It's like I say this without any apology. Nigel and Andrew both need to be locked away in a cell block next to Alan Stansford, serving 100 years for a crime and injustice committed against Jamaicans.
Well.
The GK. It's just a sad state of affairs. Exactly. What is happening right now? Radio Jamaica is celebrating this many years of existence. Radio Jamaica is celebrating this many years of existence. And guys, remember, we are in 2023, so you need to do the whole math. You need to do the whole maths. We are in 2023. I'm not seeing it yet. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what is 72. And I know people were going to put 70. In 2021, it was 70 years when it was highlighted in June 2021. So it has to be, and it's 2 years since that was celebrated 70 years. So that's why I said, remember, we're in 2023. So it's 2 more years added to that. So there's 72 years.
Okay.
All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. So that is for 400 points. Yeah, in 2021, they celebrated 70 years. We're in 2023. Okay.
Who got it?
Mm-hmm.
Who got it?
What did I? Didn't I do GK? Hold on. Yeah, I did GK. All right, let me just scroll down and see who first came in because it's way down. John Crow.
And how much points for John Crow?
400.
Whoa.
Then Andrew, Sweet, Flames.
So the score as it is: Pure Energy 100 points, John Crow 500 points, Truck Life 900 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,000 points, Empress 5,200 points.
Empress invested, and how Ricardo not answering and Junker answering. This look fishy. Oh my goodness.
Think of it. Empress might right.
All right, so choose the next.
John Crow, Ricky. Byron,
Sir, please add my points. So, okay, so a new clothes, your new clothes, you buy.
No, John Crow. The points that you get under your new attire, John Crow, you're going to wear the points there.
Flames are very fishy.
Very fishy.
All right. So, said, look again. I got it first. Okay, let me go back up. That Andrew said he got it first. No, Andrew, refresh and you'll see the order in which it came. So refresh the chat and you will see. John Crow came and then you after. When you answer the question, you're always seeing yourself as answering first. But once you refresh,
yeah,
you'll see the order in which they lined up. All right. Said 51, then John. Okay, let me go further up then. So he said it first, then Tiffany. 62, Truck Life. No. Refresh your chat. Not seeing it. So refresh the chat and you'll see. Okay. So let's see. So GK for 500. The Pedro case is form part of this parish. There should be an M there, sorry. The Pedro case form part of this parish.
The Pedro keys
Or Pedro keys, whatever. Pedro keys form part of this parish. So which parish is it a part of? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So what is Kingston? So I made sure I put the footnote there because I figured there might be some sort of debate. So I put the footnote. The Pedro Keys can be found on the south coast of Jamaica. It is 97 kilometers southwest of Portland Point and 161 kilometers in the distance from Kingston. According to the Morant and Pedro Keys Act, the Pedro Keys form a part of the parish of Kingston. No debate. There we go. So that's 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Refresh. Each time you put your answer, you have to refresh the chat to see how you lined up with your answers coming in. You're always going to see yourself first. That's why you always hear me say, let me refresh the chat. Then you'll see the correct order in which the answers came in. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is John Crow.
Okay. What number? How much is that?
500. Then Tiffany, Sweet, Flames, Empress, Andrew, Catherine, Empress. Oh my goodness. Hush, Janet, her Wi-Fi was giving trouble back. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry about your Wi-Fi.
And so the score as it is, Pure Energy and 100. John Crow, aka Ricardo, 1,000 points. Truck Life, 900 points. Ricardo, aka John Crow, 1,000 points. And Empress, 5,200 points.
No worries, Andrew. That's how it always goes when people start playing the game for the first until you get accustomed to having to refresh to see where your answer actually came in. Flames the KFC Wi-Fi. All right. So Empress, so him say, because them look out against all the time we talk about.
Let me read what the rest said. Mystic Sensations. Saturday, I always look forward to listening to Mr. Rattigan and friends. What is strange, every Saturday on his program, there is always technical issues. Honestly, an act of sabotage.
Yeah, true.
Yes, there are, because I always tune in on Rattigan program as well. And he always has that technical issues. So you are right. But
I think that Saturday gone, he said they figure out what the issue was, and they gave him a time frame in which to fix. They're gonna fix it. So let's see if tomorrow.
Might be if it doesn't fix, he just has to just change the provider.
Yeah. All right. So John Crow is saying history.
All right, now go easy, John Crow.
You add him points.
Yeah, him say on my segment.
All right. Okay, Janet is saying it's true. All right. So history for 500. Jamaica joined the Federation of the West Indies in this year. So Jamaica joined the Federation of the West Indies in this year. Name the year. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, so no delays here. All right. What is 1958? So Jamaica joined in 1958. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Right, so I am refreshing. Oops, don't run away. Okay, first on first on the board with the correct response is David for 500 points.
Oh, David,
so David just coming on the board, yes.
Okay.
For 500 points. Then John Crow, Fluffy, Sharon, Catherine, Sweets, Flames, okay, and that's how the answers came in. So David, choose the next category, and for how many points? We only have 2 categories with 1 question left under each.
So the score as it is.
Delco gone on the board, Tiffany.
David on 500 points. John Crow, aka Ricardo, 1,000 points. And Pure Energy, 100 points. Short Life, 900 points. Ricardo, aka Drunko, 1,000 points.
So it's 2,000 points. Just join them together.
Empress, 5,200 points. Yeah, I'm going to join the points them together.
All right, so choose the next category, David, and for how many points? The coverage fee. Oh my goodness, let me see if I'm choose and I never noticed. Okay, it's doing history. 400. The English invaded Jamaica and defeated the Spanish in this year. So the English invaded Jamaica and defeated the Spanish in this year. Which year did that invasion take place? What? Somebody didn't pay attention in a history class. You run out strong. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is, what is 1655? 1655. I know lots of some people remembered, but them get the century wrong. The 55 is there, but the century is incorrect. So that's 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops, too far up. David, 400 points.
Okay.
Then Ricardo, Fluffy, Empress, Catherine, Sharon, Flames. The easy man. Oh my God. Welcome, welcome, Ganja Mania. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. And not shatter action, Mr.
All right. Bless up yourself, Ganja Mania.
All right. It's a member in arrest tonight. All right. So the last category that's up there, let me just reveal the question. This reptile is featured on the Jamaica's coat of arms. This reptile is featured on the Jamaica's coat of arms. Everybody run out. Everybody run out. That is for 100 points. And it is, what is a crocodile? A crocodile for 100. All right. So the board is clean. So let's see who first came in with the, here, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Right. Ricardo, 100 points. Then Empress, Chocolate, Fluffy, Tiffany, Catherine, Sharon, Flames, Energy, Andrew, Janet, Empress, Jamaican Crocodile. Okay, Debbie said, my lovely people, it has been a pleasure. It's always very informative session as usual. But alas, I must bid you all pleasant good night.
All right.
What? Me dumpty come. What good family. What good, Debbie. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you being here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a wonderful and productive week.
So the 5 stars that make it on the board, Pure Energy came in at number 5 with 100 points. Truck Life and David came in with 900 points. Ricardo in second place, 2,100 points, and Empress taking the night away, 5,200 points. So do we have Pure Energy number?
You will have to send it to me
on
okay. IG. So Empress, please do the due diligence and drop my IG information in the chat, please. So Andrew saying I will get my points next time, and he's asking if there's no round 2 like the TV show. No round 2, Andrew. No round 2, just one round we can afford to go through. Flames for the win. Flames for the win. Thank you all. Okay, so guys, congratulations to everyone who made the board. Congratulations to everyone who participated, because it's not easy trying to remember some of the answers.
The board is not easy to make, because so from once you make the board,
a lot of us left school eons ago.
Yeah. Eons ago.
Have to prick the brain.
Okay, so you will get a number.
That's what it says. Everyone is a winner. Yes,
everyone is a winner. Exactly.
All right. So Catherine is saying good night, everyone. I have to watch the recap tomorrow as usual. Thank you so much, Catherine. Really appreciate you being here, and thank you for the support. Really, really appreciate it. All right. So that's the IG there, and underscore Mystic 2. So those whoever number, I think the only person on there who I don't have the number is Pure Energy. So you can link me up on IG and see what the number is and what provider, whether Digicel or Flow. Peter says everyone is a winner. What did I win? Congratulations. All right, David, let me name alone. What's happening in the chat? David said, me tired of Ricardo, Empress and Truck Life on the board. Gavin to retire Andrew Oldest and his crew.
Exactly.
It's just a pity we don't have the numbers in Parliament to do that. He has all the numbers on his side. So we just have to wait. Flame said, thank you. Next time we do some Trinidad history. Okay, send
All
me some
right.
Trinidad questions on IG.
All right, Flames.
Thank you so much, Flames, for being here. Really appreciate you. All right, so David is saying send his to the 791 flow, please. Because he has
791?
more than one number, yes. So
Okay.
791 flow for David.
791 flow.
And Tiffany is still reaching out for the donation. She was asking for them to donate 500 points. So Empress 894 Digi.
Empress 894?
Eh?
894 Digi?
I'm like, oh, gets through the questions already.
Okay.
All right, so that's how the answer.
All right.
Go ahead and donate my portion, folks. All right, so Energy saying to donate it. So I will donate it to who do you want to donate it? Do you want Tiffany? If me did win, me then give you half. So maybe Tiffany can get pure energy.
Pure energy.
Yeah.
Okay. So giving that
to Tiffany. You said to donate it.
Pure energy. Okay. So
yeah,
right,
so
Tiffany,
pure, you're getting Pure Energies credit. Tiffany says to donate it. So you are the beneficiary. Thanks for that, Pure Energy. Really appreciate it. And Ricardo said, Pure Energy, big up yourself. So Ricky, how you starting with next week? Live Spear, 2 weeks straight, me the first, you know. You hear that? You hear that? Stepping out very strong on you.
So Ricky counting the chicken before them hatch.
Oh, Ray is lagging behind like in Rich Crocodile, so almost at the end.
Oh.
Yes, she boasting it. Okay. All right, guys. So we have come to the end of Jeopardy. It's 10:43 here. It's 11:43 your time. So it's almost Saturday for you guys who are in Jamaica, and almost Sunday. No, they're daytime, not night.
Okay.
So guys, I'm going to say thank you for your continued support. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you for everyone who's joined in tonight. Thank you for everyone who's watching in television land and all our silent supporters. Really, really appreciate each and every one. And I'm going to continue to exhaust it. You could have been here. You could have been, no, and tomorrow is Saturday for we.
Okay.
What am I say, Sunday?
Yeah.
Look here, me
so
confused. Me come off a night shift, so me always confused with the days. Delroy is saying, we don't need the numbers to retire Conjure and Lydell. Jamaica's biggest problem, we have a puppet, Gigi, who have the power to remove him. Does he?
No, he can't remove the Prime Minister like that. Right? The Prime Minister only can depart that office in two means. One, by the electorate, or in Parliament, a vote of no thanks.
No confidence.
No confidence. A vote of no confidence.
A vote of no confidence.
A vote of no confidence.
And unfortunately, we don't have the numbers.
And we don't have the numbers. So the GG cannot.
Because the GG is recommended by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, the GG is appointed by the Prime Minister.
Is he appointed, or is he appointed by the king? He's recommended
by the Prime Minister
and appointed by the king, or
no, appointed by the Prime Minister.
Appointed. Okay, sorry if I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Okay, Jamfet, bonjour, Jamfet. Welcome.
All right.
Welcome.
Next month, may I get the date? All right.
We know what you mean.
Okay, my boy.
Jamfet, are you on the rock, or are you back where you should be?
Jamfet, where are you? On the rock?
I'll have to try and catch up to see where you are, definitely. Jamfet, do your bed. Oh my goodness. My Anna read my message. Okay.
Okay.
We just Did he put another message? I like the crew on this channel. I like the vibes from the host and the participants. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Yes, Andrew.
And
Thanks for that.
welcome to the Mystic Sensation family.
All right.
We're like a family here. So welcome, welcome, welcome. But we fling, well, I'm gonna cite them if you fling it. This is my first time, but consider me a regular as of now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. How far we reach? We done, Jamfet?
Jamfet. Seriously.
Okay, next month we get the date for.
All right. So nothing.
All right. The GG have the power because the GG was appointed. Who appointed his as PM? Who appointed him as? No, Baron, explain. He said the GG has the power because the GG is who appointed him as PM.
No, Delroy, the Prime Minister is elected. The Prime Minister is an elected person. It is the Prime Minister who appointed the GG, the Governor General. So the Prime Minister only can demit office by two means. One, you have to use an electoral process, right, to get out the Prime Minister as it relates to the general election, or in Parliament where a vote of no confidence by majority of the parliamentarians. So only two ways the Prime Minister can come out, right? So basically, the Governor General is basically a puppet.
Yes. So Freedom is saying, is he elected or selected? He's elected.
He's elected, Freedom. The Prime Minister is elected.
He's voted in by the people.
Right. So remember that when general election comes, Andrew Holness will be placed on the ballot, right? And where people can vote for him or against him.
Okay, Andrew is saying, how often do you broadcast? So we're here every Friday.
At 6:30.
It's Canadian time. If you turn on your post notification bell, then you will get the time when we are coming on in your region. So yeah, so once you turn on your post notification bell and we put on the notification when we are coming in with whatever,
then you will automatically get it.
Yes, in your time frame.
Our
time frame, it's 6:30 p.m.
I think Jamaica is 1 hour ahead now.
Yeah, but they're different. The people are
but different areas, different. Yeah, but they will get it as it relates to their time.
Okay, so Jamfet said in the back of what word him use? I am back in Bokra country, so we know.
Okay, all right.
You land back in France. Okay.
All right.
Oh, he's saying Jamaicans don't vote for a PM. Well, I guess I know what he's saying technically, because you actually vote for the people in the different constituencies.
Okay.
But majority, when you get the party that has majority of the vote for the persons in the constituency, their leader automatically becomes the Prime Minister. So I get what Freedom is trying to say. Because you actually vote for the representatives of the constituencies, and the party with the most constituents, their leader will automatically be the Prime Minister. Okay. All right, guys, so we are going to wrap up for tonight. So again, thank you all for joining in. Really appreciate each and every one. So we want to say have a wonderful and productive week, and have a wonderful rest of the weekend. And until next week, Safe travel on the gravel. And remember, guys, those who haven't turned on their post notification bell yet who are new, please turn it on, and then you will be notified when we're coming on and the time. So again, safe travel on the gravel. Until next week, take care. Bye. Love you all. And she's saying 894 Digicel. Make sure you have that. Yes, it's there, Empress. All right.